All right. If you can hear me, cool. If not, I'm sorry. Can you see me now? You can see me now. Hey, what's up? Gonna rebuild this engine. Let's do this. I got the parts. Got a big old parts box right here. Let's get groovy. Okay. First things first, I gotta grease up that bearing for the piston pin. Oh, okay. There we go. That's a lot. That's okay. Oh. Okay, so let's get this number 1 cylinder. I got a little lube in this cup. Get the bearings all nice and happy. Okay. This is a Thundercat 1000. It's actually a 1050. It's been bored out a little bit. And man, I sure burned her up last time I was running it a couple weeks ago. So we're going to get her freshened up again. It's never fun burning up a motor. You get that sinking feeling in your stomach, like you just did something wrong. And I certainly did something wrong. Okay. So I'm going to get this bearing lubed up. This is the piston pin bearing. Nice and lubey. A little bit of coolant down, that's okay. When I was taking this engine apart, I kind of messed up a little. I was in a hurry and I forgot to drain the coolant past the cylinders. And so I had a little bit of coolant go down in the motor, but that's okay. It wasn't too much. I can see it down in there, but I'm not that worried about it. It'll burn up. Okay. All right. I just got to look up on Weisco pistons. Here's this new piston. Check this out. This nice Weisco piston. They sent it in this velvet bag, like you're getting jewelry or something. Isn't that cool? Nice clips. Check this bad boy out. Ooh, ooh, man, that is a nice piece. So this is a Weisco. What is this? This is a size is this? 90. I don't know, 3.248 inch bore. If that means anything to anybody. Check this out. All these machine lines, this whole thing has been machined out. This thing is a sweet piece. They put this arrow on there to tell you which side or which direction this piston is supposed to go. I got to look that up. I think it goes to the exhaust side, which would be towards the camera. I'm not for sure, though, so I'm going to look that up real quick. I think it's the exhaust side. We'll look it up. We'll see what this is. See what the internet has to say about it. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so that was right. So this is going to go towards the exhaust side. So this is the exhaust side. Here's the carb here, you can see. And I'm just going to go ahead and get into this. I've done quite a few motors. Not quite, I mean, not a million. I've done a handful. So it shouldn't be too bad. This is a 2-stroke motor, so it's pretty straightforward. Oh, there's not a whole lot you could mess up besides dropping a brand new piston pin on the ground and scoring it. Sure, that was real good for it. Okay. Okay, so here's the piston pin. Boom shakalaka. We're going to rotate this motor to get this rod, this connecting rod up higher so it's easier to work on. So we're just going to spin the PTO side real quick. This is the clutch I'm holding on to. And you can see, oh, it's tight. Got these paper towels jammed in there. Whoa, almost lost one. That would have been bad. Okay, here we go. Okay, and boom. Okay. So there's the rod, almost all the way up to top dead center. Not quite, but pretty close. Close enough. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see. And so there's not a whole lot to this. You got a piston pin. You got a couple rings, piston ring, or not rings, but whatever these are called. And they go on both sides inside the piston to hold it or to get the spacing right. Then you have clips that clip on the pin, and I will go through all this all. Let me grab my paper towels real quick. Okay, so out of all the goofy business, there's a good chance that I will drop something down in this motor while I'm doing this. So we're going to stuff it full of paper towel to try to prevent that nonsense, even though it's likely to happen. Okay, there we go. Here's the piston pin. Here are the clips. These aren't clips. These are retainer rings. Okay, I'm going to get a couple more paper towels to clean these up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now, of course, before you put anything together, you really got to lube everything up, make sure that you're not putting dirt in there or doing something weird. I'm just going to do a test run here just to make sure my craziness isn't getting out of hand. So this is how it's going to look. Something like this. And put the pin through and it holds the piston on. You got a couple of these clips on the inside. We'll see how it goes. So to start this off, I think I'm going to dip this in. I'm using two-stroke oil. I'm a big fan of AMSOIL Dominator. Back when I had when I got my first dirt bike, KDX 200. Oh, it's tight. I went through a slew of oils and trying to figure out which one worked the best. And man, without a doubt, AMSOIL Dominator worked the best, at least as far as my own perception. And I've stuck with it. It hasn't necessarily given me any problems, although I can't say I haven't blown up motors with it. I'm mostly out of my own doing. Okay, so got this pin started. It's really tight. I can feel it rocking. Whoa! I was going to say I can feel it rocking back and forth. I didn't think it was going to go all the way through. I made a little threaded rod with some nuts on it and washers to put this together. But I don't think I'm going to need it. So here we go. So you can see now it's about flush. In fact, I'll put it in. So here's the piston pin. Can you see that? Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here's the piston pin. I'm going to push it over to the side to clear it, to get the rod on. I got these clips. Now these clips, they keep the bearing in place on the rod. Something like that. Something like that. And they have a tendency to want to stick to it, so hopefully they don't fall off. But anyway, I'm going to lube up, try to get them a little sticky. Keep them on there. Okay, that's one. Here's two. Okay, easy peasy. Let's make sure we got the arrow going the right way. Here's the arrow pointing towards the exhaust. Try to put this on without too much hassle. Okay, retaining clips are clear. Now here's the tricky part. You got to push this pin in while lining everything up. I'm just going to try to wing it. It's tight. I might have to go to the other side to look at it when I'm looking at it. No, maybe not. I'm sure there's some easy way of doing this. I've never rebuilt one. I've taken these motors apart a couple times, but I've never rebuilt one. There's probably some easy way to do this. Just line this up with my fingers. Okay, here we go. It's not wanting to play nice. I was hoping I'd be able to stick this on with my hand, but I'm not sure. It seems to slide nice. I wouldn't be able to push out. Man, that fits perfectly in. I'm just going to not have it lined up properly. All right. All right, let me try this again. I think I have to go to the other side to look at what I'm actually doing. That'd probably help. It's always good to take your time with these things. I've rushed them. I've rushed a lot of stuff in the past, and it normally doesn't pay out. Not normally. Okay. So you're on the other side. Let's see if I can push this thing through with looking at it now. Should make things a little easier. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, man. Woo! Woohoo! Man, that slowed right in. Oh, easy peasy. Okay. Well, it's on properly. I gotta push the pin all the way in. I push the pin all the way in to make room for the clips on both sides. Okay, it's about there, maybe a little touch more. And I'm impressed how tight or how well this piston pin fits. I was thinking I was gonna have to press it in with a tool or something, but not this time. Okay. So check that one off. That's pretty sweet. We're gonna put the clips on, whatever I did with those. Well, I had piston clip or pin clips. Put them in my pocket. What did I do with them? Okay. MIA. Oh no, I found them. I found them. There we go. Okay, I'm not looking forward to these. I had a real hard time getting them off. Okay, these bad boys. See them? Man, I had a really, really hard time getting these out because they were almost welded in or seized in because the engine overheated. In fact, one of them I couldn't even get out; it was completely stuck in it. Luckily, you don't reuse these. But all right, let's try this. Again, I want to be careful. I don't want to drop anything down in the motor. And so with these, you want to put the notch either up or down. If you put it sideways, you could have a chance that it wants to compress under the centrifugal force of the piston going up and down. It could compress and then fall out. So you want to put this notch up or down. On these pistons, let me grab another one. I'll show you. Oh. You know what? We'll skip that part. On these pistons, there's a little notch to take the rings out, and you want to typically put the gap by the notch so you can grab it and pull it out easier. So that's what I'm going to do. So, see what happens here. I'll shoot this across the garage. Here we go. Whew, strong pin, strong clip. And I did exactly what I didn't want to do. I shot it across the garage. Probably won't be able to find it. Oh, man. That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Nope, found it. Okay. Woo. Shot it across the garage, tiny little clip. Found it. I'm in. I'm back in business, baby. Okay. I don't know. I don't think you're supposed to put these in with tools. I've seen people doing without tools. I've done them without tools. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. It's just so tight. Here we go. There we go. Ugh. It's kind of tough to get any grip on it. It's so slick with covered in oil. Let's see here. Oh, I got it. Cool. Woo! Okay, I got the one side in. Looks really good. Let me show you. The one side in. Whoops. And not going to focus. Yeah, too close up. Not going to focus. That's okay. Got the one side in. Just got to go to the other side. We'll be good. All right, I'm going to take a little tool and shove it down inside the groove just to make sure it's good in there. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty good in there. I don't think it's going anywhere. Okay, man, that was perfect. Feel really good about that one. See if I can do it on the other side. Okay. Other side. Man, got me sweating. Let's do this. Let's do this. And that last one was not fun. I'm really afraid of shooting this thing across the gym or across the garage again. If I lose one of these, I'm going to have to order some more, and I'm hoping to go on a trip next week, so that might be a little bit of an issue. Okay, here we go. Round 2. I got you. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Woo! Woo! It's in, baby. She's in. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Okay. We take the handy dandy tool again. We'll push it into place. She's getting tight in there. Yeah, it feels pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and check the other side again, just in case. Funny business going on. Okay, easy peasy. Next up, just got to put the rings on. Here are the rings. These are pretty fancy rings. Let me pull them out. Let's see here. Here are the rings. These are fancy rings. I got the little old school ones don't have this little notch thing right there. And I think that goes, oh yeah, it says top right there. Man, go Weisco. They hooked it up. Okay. There's nothing too fancy about rings. Just throw them on and try not to break them or bend them, I should say. All right. Well, I don't see anything special on the instructions, so we're just going to throw these bad boys on and call it good. Okay, here we go. I got the greased up rings. Let's go up top. Oops. It's over here. You know, I'll put the bottom one on first. That probably makes more sense. I think I probably should put these on. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Everything's so tight. Oh, come on. Come on now. Why are you doing that to me? Okay. Just not want to play nice. There we go. Okay. Not quite on yet. There we go. Okay. You know what? I didn't check the inlet gap on these rings. I should probably do that. If these rings are too tight in the motor, there's not enough gap there for expansion, you can damage the cylinder. I should probably check that. All right. Let's let it go. Okay, let me get the cylinder. This is the PTO. I want the magneto side. Middle. Okay, here we go. No, I don't know. PTO. That's not the one. Okay, this is the one. This is the mag side. It's not even a mag, it's a stator. Okay, so here's the cylinder. So what we're going to do is take the ring, stick it in the, oh, you can't even see it. Take the ring, stick it in the cylinder, check the gap, and then see if it needs to be opened up. I doubt it does. In fact, I don't know if I even need to check it, but we're going to check it. Check one of them. You know, the gap looks so big, I'm not going to worry about it. Doesn't work, doesn't work. Here we go. Second ring. Oh, that's why the gap is so big. There's a little pin in here that's around, and it goes around the round pin. I see. That's why it's so big. Well, that's cool. These are fancy pistons. Okay. All right. Okay, so that was the first one. On to number 2. Yee, yee, yee. Here we go. Oh, man. It's hot. One second, guys. I gotta take a call. Yeah, I've heard of them. We've worked on a couple of their systems. Really? Yeah. Oh, oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Mhm. This is the one outside or the one inside? Okay. That. All right. Move on to piston number 2. First one went pretty smoothly. A little surprise, to be frank. But we did it. Let's move it on. Okay. Number 2. Number 2. Lucky number 2. Here we go. Okay. Ooh, rings. Rings. Piston pin. Okay. Rings, piston pin. Looking for some clips. Here they are. Got the clips. Clippy clips. Clippy clips. Nice, shiny, beautiful piston. Woo! What a hot piece. What a hot piece. Okay, here we go. Oh, you get the oil over here. Ah. Okay, I wonder, let's see here. I'm going to spin this motor again, get this rod up into the action zone. Make it a little easier on my life. Okay, that should be good. Move this rod up again. Here's the pin. Sweet. Get that bad boy in some oil. Get her started in piston. Man, just talk about clearances. Man, what a perfect fit. We do some good stuff over Wiseco. Wiseco? 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 I don't know how you say it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Get these bearing guides or whatever they're called. Get these out. Move them up a little bit. Okay. Stick them on. Boom shakalaka. Oh, boom shakalaka. This bad boy down. Okay, I went to the other side to see what I was actually doing. I think I'm going to do that same thing again. That was pretty useful. I'm going to do that. Oh, let's see here. Woo! Man, Talk about a tight fit. There we go. Okay, now pin lined up. I put in some clips. Clippy clips. Flippy flips. Here we go. Okay, this should go on without much effort. At least I hope it will. Okay. Gotta do the same thing I did over there, which worked pretty good. We're gonna stick one side in. I know you can't see this, but stick one side in. Okay, get started and pull off. Okay, get a towel in there, stick her in. Man, that's a satisfying sound. That little click in, click. I can feel it too. It feels good. Okay. Make sure it's in all the way. All the way around. Whoop. Okay. Let's go to the other side to go on. Okay. Here we go. Number 2. Man. What's going on there? Just being a little stubborn. Whew, is my thumb getting tired? Could be. Here we go. Oops. There we go. Almost in. Clip. Okay, I'm gonna make sure it's in all the way. Oh man, it's done. Sweet. Okay. The ring's on. Right here. Give these rings a little love. Good just to make sure you got a little bit of lube on there. Keep everything moving. Okay, this is top. I don't know if you can see that notch. Focus in. Yeah, well, see that notch there, kind of. Notch goes up. Okay. Here's the back here. Try not to get it stuck in the first groove. It's a pain in the butt to get it out like that. There we go. Okay. First one's on. And second one's on. Easy peasy. I'm talking about. Okay. That was number 2. It's going a lot faster than I expected. I was thinking it was to take me hours, but it is not. Okay, we're doing number 3. It's exciting. There we go. We'll rotate this bad boy again. Oops. Now I got these paper towels in the way. Okay, back in. Okay, I'm just doing this to keep stuff from falling in. Last thing I want to do is take this whole motor apart because I dropped something stupid in there. There we go. Little lube. Everybody likes a little lube. Okay. Piston number 3. Here we go. Got those rings. Got a pin. Got a piston. A fancy bag. Man, just the quality of these pistons, it's outrageous. Totally outrageous. Okay. What am I doing? Need to put this here, here. Take the pin out. There, guys. Okay. Wipe these off real quick. Okay, just gonna give this a little lube. Stick it on, stick it on. There you go. Okay, those are on. Piston. Move up the piston pin. Sticking one in first. I think I'm gonna go from this side now. I'm sure I'm gonna go from this side. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. The precision of this stuff, I'm having a hard time getting over. I mean, all these pieces go together perfectly. It's amazing. It's amazing. Okay. A few clips. Couple clip boys. Everybody likes a couple clip boys. These clips are my least favorite thing to do right now. They are not fun. I'm just so afraid I'm going to shoot them down on the motor or across the garage or something else ridiculous. We'll try to prevent that. Okay, so here we go. Piston pin clip. Up to one side. Almost started. Okay, it's started, it's in. Now you just got to shove the other side in. Shove's probably not the right term, but oh man. Woo! Okay, she's in. Let me check to see the sweetness level. Oh, the sweetness level is there, baby. Here we go. Okay. Go to the other side. Oh man, that's satisfying. Okay. Here we go. Make sure it's in there good. All right, son. Okay. Now the rings. Man, this is going really smooth. In an hour, I've done 3 pistons. That's pretty exciting. I guess it'll be more exciting if it actually works. So maybe I should hold off on the celebrations. Here we go. Move these rings up. All right, try not to get caught in the first groove. I always do. Try not to. There we go. This doesn't seem right. Is it upside down? Oh, I got it upside down. Oh, man. Got to pay attention, folks. Got to pay attention. Whew, that feels better. Surprised that I wouldn't want to do anything when it was upside down. Yeah, something there. Okay, there we go. Woo! Okay, trace pistons are on. Rings are on, clips are in. That went way smoother than I could have imagined. Okay. Clean my mess up a little bit and we'll go on to step 2, which is the cylinders. All right. Now, I didn't take this gasket off at all, and I didn't get another one. I intended to, but I goofed up. So we're going to reuse it. It's only got maybe an hour's worth of time on it, and it looks pretty good, to be frank. So we're just going to use it. Maybe I should start with the other side since I already got it up. All right, I'll start on the other side. Okay, let's see here. That's the wrong one. Okay. Got the right cylinder this time. I'm gonna take this stuff off. Those paper towels, I don't really need them anymore. Nope. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this on. I mean, it's okay. Not that worried about it. All right. Okay, we're gonna take our cylinder here. These are fancy Predator cylinders from Hooper Racing. These are expensive. Try not to bust these up like I did. I'm just gonna go ahead and we'll just lube this piston up real quick. Just throw a quick coat of lube on it. Everything slides a little easier with some lube. I'd be kind of gentle with her. Okay, here we go. Cylinder nice and greased up. Oh, man. All right. Get some grease over here so I can do something. Okay, this should go on relatively easy. Once you get past the rings, it should slide right on. So we'll see what happens here. Got the rings lined up. I'm a little nervous. I'm gonna be honest. Here we go. She's on. Whoa! Man, talk about tight fit. How about that? That's pretty cool, huh? Oh man, that's satisfying. No way. Okay. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I know. All right, let's go to number 2. I don't know if I need to rotate the motor anymore. I can probably get it on like this. We'll try it. Get these out of here. Move up this piston. Yeah, you're putting all this lube in the motor. When you start up, it's gonna smoke a lot. Probably spit and swear a little bit till it cleans out. Like I said, though, I dropped a bunch of coolant down on the motor when I was taking it apart because I forgot to drain it below the cylinder. Or I did it a little bit, not all the way. So I do expect this to. Man, I can barely. So I do expect this to kind of run a little rough, but it'll clear out soon enough. It'll probably take a few pulls to start. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Okay, here we go. Number 2. Lube the cylinder up. Again, we're using Dominate. It's a red. It's a really pretty oil. Let's see if I can show you. It's a really good-looking red. It almost looks like when you mix red Jello. That kind of color. Looks cool. And I'm probably overdoing it, but it'll be all right. Okay. Let's get this bad boy on again. Number 2. We're doing it. Okay, rings are lined up. Try to do this without getting this other, rotating the crank to get the piston up. I think I can. Whew, that's one. That's two. Okay. Slide around. I don't know why they want to fight right at the base. I mean, I guess you are trying to line up 5 things. There we go. There's only 4 bolts holding this thing on, or four studs. Okay, that's number 2. That's exciting. Man, I didn't think I'd be able to get it back together this quick. Like I said, I've taken these apart a couple times. I've never put one back together. So this is all new. But so far, so smooth. Okay. This last one. Let's pull these paper towels out. Man, I might have to move this crank now. I can't get these paper towels out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Let's see if I can do this without messing anything up. Seems to work. You don't want to bang these pistons around too much. You can beat up the skirt pretty easily and mess you up. The piston skirt, that is. Okay. More lube. I'm excited. We're going to be doing a compression check here in not too long. Whoa. Okay, lube up the cylinder. I think they make assembly lube, a special kind of lube, probably with a bunch of friction, anti-friction compounds in it or whatever. But this will do. This isn't exactly a brand new race motor or anything. Okay, here we go. Oops. Rings are lined up pretty well. Okay, that's one ring. Whoa, whoa. That's 2, baby. That's 2. Got him. Okay, here we go. These studs don't like to play nice, that's for sure. Man. Oh, can't believe we're that far along. Man, that's exciting. Okay. See this mess. I don't know what that is. All right. Just a bunch of junk, dirt and exhaust, grease, exhaust junk. Okay. We got the 3 cylinders on. You seem to be happy. So I can turn them a little bit, or I can, rotate the motor. Yeah, everything seems okay. I mean, they move. What else you want? Okay. Next is the heads, or the heads. I'm not sure if I should. I'm not sure if I should put on the nuts for these first. Probably should. That would make sense. Okay, we're gonna put the nuts on. Ooh, get this away. Ooh. Okay. Let's see, I find where I put all those nuts and bolts. Okay. Got a bunch of nuts, washers, lock washers. Okay. So it goes washer. This is a pretty standard setup when you don't have a lock nut. You'll go regular flat washer. This might even be a machine bushing. Usually they're a little thicker, a little more precise. They're not as thin or as flimsy as a regular washer. Then you go lock washer. This is a nice lock washer, real thick. And then you go nut. This little slot in the, can you guys see this? Yeah, you can see my thumbs. Okay. This little slot in this lock washer grabs onto the nut, and it keeps it from undoing itself from vibration and temperature expansion and contraction. And you can see, I think you can see, yeah, see those little burrs top and bottom on the nut right now? Those are the 2 spots that the lock nut has grabbed in the past. Now, if those are real bad, normally you clean them up so you don't get kind of a goofy setup or a little gap between your washers, but they're not that bad. I'm going to go with it, at least on this one. Okay, so we're going to go washer, lock washer, nut. Check that one off the box. I got a hot phone call. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Washer, lock washer, nut. This one's got a real big standoff. We'll clean that up. You can see it. You can see it. Let's see if we can get the focus. See that big old standoff where it's kind of been cut in right there. Yeah. Doesn't look like much. It's probably a 1/16 of an inch or so, but you can still mess you up trying to lock everything down. So we'll clean that up. It doesn't have to be perfect. Like I said, every time you put a lock washer on, it's intentionally cutting into whatever surface you got locking to. So it's pretty normal to have little standoffs like that. You clean them up, put them back on, they'll be fine. Okay, let's keep going. Man, these are bad. Look how many cuts this one's got. It's got 3 cuts on it. See that one sticking up in the middle? And then you got 2 more. Yeah, it's tough to see, but you can see the one in the middle. Gotta clean that up. Mess you up. It's always worth taking the extra time to get everything juicy. Okay. Trying to get the shards down into the motor. That would be faux pas. Okay, the washer's cleaned up. Fight me. I'm using a utility knife to clean these up. Why don't you get something better? I'm usually not a fan of using sandpaper on small stuff like this. A lot of times you can make dust, get it where you don't want it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Or we can try something else. I wish I had a file. I don't even own a file, which is strange because I have a lot of tools and no file. Which is exactly what I would be using right now if I had one. It's tough stuff, man. Man, no file. No file's biting me in the butt right now. Might even be worth going to get one. Woo. Oh, my favorite socket wrench that I thought was gone. That's cool. Bunch of extension. I didn't know this drawer existed. Man, a lot of good stuff in there. I'm digging around looking for a file, guys. Bear with me. Nothing. I got a phone call, guys. Hey. Hey, man, you want it. You want to know? Back. I'm back. I didn't find a file. I found some wet sandpaper, or sandpaper you can get wet. It doesn't dust up as much, so I think it'll work well enough. I'm also gonna, some of these nuts are kind of nasty. I'm gonna get a tap and clean them out. I can find the right size. Just gonna guess them. Okay. Jesus. Okay. I'll make this work. I bought a tap set recently, and it's really been helpful. Check this out. Clean these nuts up real quick. You see? Yeah. Clean these nuts up. Taps are pretty sweet. I use them more and more as I've gone deeper and deeper into my projects. Just saves you so much time. You have to deal with all the muck. These little flutes here, you can see it cleans up all the stuff. See all the grease and dirt and debris that's in those flutes? Kind of see it? I don't know. Okay. Got that nut cleaned up. Got the washer cleaned up. I think she's ready. Okay, so we're going to go. This is the third setup on the cylinder. We're going to go washer again. Lock washer, nut. Easy peasy. Okay, going to the back. We got washer, lock washer, and nut. And that'll be the first cylinder. I got to clean these up a little bit. Here's the wet dry. This stuff is cool. Normal sandpaper, which is brown. Let me get some. Normal sandpaper, brown stuff like this, it's intended to be dry, and it gets really dusty really easily. This black stuff is wet dry sandpaper, which is sweet. In fact, there it is, says right there, wet dry. It's sweet because it doesn't dust up as well. It's a really fine grain. It works pretty good for most things. You can't use it if you're trying to take off a lot of material, but for this fine stuff, works pretty good. Sand these up. Again, taking off all these little nicks and all these little stanchions from the lock pieces. That's pretty good. And I'm going to clean this nut up again. Almost there. Like I said, most of the time, these don't cause you an issue unless they're kind of tall. And these are kind of tall. These are from the lock washer, biting into things. That was being stubborn. Really wish I had a file. I don't know why I don't own one. I think I own one. All the tools I have. You don't want to get these little pieces down on your motor. Whoa. All right, I'm going to call it good enough. It's not perfect, but that's good enough. I think my brother-in-law is watching. If he is, hello. Hello, Jamie. Okay, that's good enough. Let's run the tap through it real quick. Clean up the threads. Ooh, a lot of junk on that one. I didn't notice these are crowned. I've put them all on the right way, but these are crowned nuts, meaning they have a flat side. You probably can't tell, but the bottom side is flat, so it sits real well, and the top has a little bit of a crown to it or a curve. Okay. Last ones for cylinder 1. We're gonna go washer, lock washer, nut. Oh man, that's exciting. Okay, that's cylinder number 1. Pretty easy peasy, nothing fancy. Let's go on to 2. Go washer, lock washer, nut. These need to be cleaned up. Probably assume most of these are going to have to be cleaned up. Washer. Almost there. That's good enough. I'm gonna run this tap. I got to clean this tap off real quick. Okay, clean this up again. Man, a lot of stuff in this one. Let's see all the crap coming on. Okay. Here we go. Washer. Lock washer. No. Does get a little with 3 cylinders, 3 separate cylinders, I should say. It does get a little redundant. You gotta do everything 3 times. It's okay though. She's a sweet motor. She deserves it. Okay, clean up the washer. Lock washer, looks good. Just gonna find a nut now. Not a nut. Clean it up a little bit. Okay, clean this nut up. I'm a fan of going through both sides on when you're tapping something if you can. The end of the tap is tapered down, so it doesn't actually get all the way to the end of the thread or to the width of the thread. And if I had tools, if I was using tools, I could probably run this thing all the way through from one end, but I'm not. It's okay. We'll clean off now. Okay, here we go. Washer, lock washer, nut. Okay, number 2 cylinder is halfway done. And we're making progress. Okay. Sure. I'm sanding. I was using my hands to sand, but I find it to be a little easier now. I'm using the tail for this wing, so it's got a flat surface that I can put the sandpaper down and just sand it across instead of beating up my fingers. And it's got a lot of stuff in it. I'm gonna grab a tool. I'm gonna grab a tap tool and a little socket or something so I can actually clean these nuts up nicer. Seems to be a lot of stuff in them. All right, socket. Okay, I'm gonna socket set up on a tap or a tap tool, whatever this is called, T-bar. So I'm gonna go ahead and thread this on so I get it on properly. Taps are self-centering, which is sweet. You still got to be careful though. You can still cross thread pretty easily if you're not paying attention. Okay. Perfect. Okay, there we go. We're gonna do washer. Lock washer. No. Okay, let's finish off this. Oh, I did try to put them on the wrong. It's okay. If it's not, also, if you're doing a serious tap or starting a new thread, you really need to use lube or some sort of tap lube. I'm just cleaning these threads up a little bit, and they're pretty clean to begin with, so I'm not using anything. And I have a tendency to not use any lube if I don't have to, because it makes cleaning the thread out, or if you have a hole or something, sometimes you get pooling down the bottom of the hole that you don't, the bolt or whatever you're putting into doesn't get to sit all the way. Or if you're putting anti-seize or something, you have that lube everywhere, it can make a mess. So I tend not to use lube if I don't have to when I'm tapping things. Okay, so back and got the lock washer on. Oh man, I put this on backwards. Wait a minute. Almost goofed that one up. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna do washer, lock washer, nut. Okay, Number 2 is done. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. 2 hours in. Almost done with the cylinders. Making headway. Okay, let's keep going. I'm on to the 3rd cylinder now. Putting the nuts on. See if we can finish this up. I might be a little short on fasteners. When I took it apart, I want to say I was missing a couple washers to begin with, I think. We'll see if that holds true or not here in a minute. Okay. I got the washer, lock washer, nut. There we go. Oh, here's a real good one you guys can see. This is, see that tab sticking up on the end of that nut? That's from the lock washer biting into it. That's what I'm talking about. You got to clean that off. Nut's still good. You just got to clean that off. And on the washer itself, here's another good one. Kind of see it sticking up. Let's see here. Yeah, it's tough to tell. Yeah, you kind of see it. Right there, up there. You got to clean those off. Okay. Let's see here. Take some sandpaper. Lay it on a flat surface. Sand her up. Okay. Like I was saying earlier, when you use sandpaper, it makes a lot of dust. And a lot of times it gets caught in the thread or fine surface or whatever you're trying to do. In this case, I'm going to clean it up. Make sure I don't have any issues putting these on. So here we go. Got my tap. This is a 11 by, oh no, 10 by 1.25 thread pitch. Sec. Okay. Oh yeah. Man, it's always rewarding when you put a cleaned up bolt or nut onto a thread. It just feels right. And all that junk in there. Get that out of there. Clean this tap up a little bit. Use it a few times. You need to get stuff out of here. Okay. Now I'm not putting any thread locker or anything on here. I'm just kind of doing it. They're kind of oily to begin with. Should be all right. Okay, here we go. Washer, lock washer, nut. And that feels right. That just feels right. Okay, let's keep going. Washer, lock washer, nut. Man, here's a big old juicer boy. Check that one out. See it? And that thing's 1/8 inch tall. And it's just a little shaving you gotta gotta take off. And it's tough to adjust. There we go. Yeah, it's from the lock washer. Of course it does wheelies. Of course. My boy Nolan coming in hot. I don't know if he's still on. I can't tell. I appreciate the audience. Appreciate the comment. Appreciate the audience. Oh, dropped it. Oh, man. Dropped right into the soup. I'm going to run this tap through one more time just to make sure. Tap came off. Like I said, I got a metric tap set just to work on this thing. And it's really paid off. It seems like every time I work on it, I got to tap something or clean a thread up or make sure I don't goof up the threads. And they just pay off. Yeah. Okay. Get that thread all cleaned up. Sand these little tabs off from the lock washer. I should have tapped after that. That's okay. Okay, it's good. We're going to do washer, lock washer, nut. Okay, that's number 2 on the 3rd cylinder. I only got 2 more to go. We'll be ready to torque these bad boys down. Man, we got enough fasteners. For some reason, I ended up with, I better check that. I got an extra, you know what? When I took it apart, I had an extra lock washer for whatever reason. And it's not an extra part, hopefully. Let's see. Lock. Oh, no, did I forget one? I did. Okay, we'll get it back on there, no problem. No problemo. It's always good to double check, guys. Always good to double check. In fact, I'm going to do it now. Forget about it. Okay. This up. Get these threads. Almost done, guys. Almost got this bad boy. Throw the heads on here shortly and do a compression check. See if we got good pressure in the cylinders. Looking for about 120 psi, hopefully. This is a stock, or I shouldn't say stock, but it's it's intended to run pump gas. You don't want to run too much pressure because you'll get detonation or pre-ignition. So I think the normal cylinder pressure on these is around 120 to 140 or so. So we'll see what we get here. Let's finish this up first before we get ahead of ourselves. We're going to do washer, lock washer, nut. Boom, boom, boom. Let's stick the nut on. Like I said, I've never put one of these motors back together. I've taken them apart a couple times. I've never put one back together. So this is the first time. So we're 2 hours in, and we got 3 new pistons, 3 new cylinders on, almost done. So that's pretty easy. Just so impressed with the precision of everything and how well everything fits. And man, it's amazing. Okay, A little bit of a tricky, it's a tight back here with this clutch guard. Get this nut on, but we'll get her. We'll get her. Okay, here we go. All right. I did goof up on one. I can see it over here. I'm missing a lock washer. Luckily, I still have one in the tray. And I do have an extra flat washer, so I'm going to double check that one more time, make sure I didn't miss a flat washer somewhere. That would be silly. Okay. Lock washer's on. Nuts on. This is the one I forgot. Okay, guys. Well, this is the last one. Clean this thread up real quick. Oops. This tap tool is fighting me a little bit. Just wants to keep coming undone. I don't think I've tightened it down enough. There we go. Not yet. I haven't gotten the second fan on yet. Still working on it. I'm going to do that immediately after I get the motor back together. Before I even start it, I'm going to get the fan back on or get the new fan set up on and put coolant in it. Check it out. I might be able to start it today. We'll see. We'll see how far I get today. I'm going to feel a lot better. I'm a little worried about it until I do this compression check. So hopefully it'll be good. Okay. Flat washer. Are the birds too loud in the background? Can you hear anything? Can you hear anything I'm saying? Or are the birds too freaking loud? Should I turn my mic down? Is that a thing? Okay, flat washer. Black washer nut. I need a closer monitor stuff. I can't read the comments. That's good. Glad the birds are good. Background noise. Okay, I must have goofed up some. Yeah, I sure did on this last one. Okay. Always good to double check. I'm going to throw this last lock washer on here. And I still have an extra flat washer sitting in my tray. So I'm going to go around and make sure that I got all of them. But I'm pretty sure I remember taking an extra one off for whatever reason. I think the guy that put the motor together originally made a mistake and just put an extra flat washer on, which is no big deal. Okay. Last nut is on. Let me go around and check these real quick. Make sure I got all the pieces on. Those are there. Those are there. Those are there. Those are there. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's good. Okay. All right. So I got all these on. That went way easier than expected. It's okay. Cylinder's on. I'm going to torque these down real quick. I don't have a torque wrench. I'm just going to wing it. Here, right? Dude, thanks for watching. Do you have me on your big screen? You're just doing little phone games. Talking to my my good friend Nolan. He's watching me stream. So that was a 9/16. What I haven't figured out yet, although it's a metric motor, it's built in Japan. Metric motor built in Japan. I've had at least 2 or 3 instances where there was an SA thread on it, which is very strange. I don't know if that's because maybe parts were hard to get, or I don't know, but I find that strange. In fact, these nuts are one of the cases. Although the thread is metric, I don't know why, but the nuts do not fit a metric socket very well. And so I'm using a 9/16 socket, which fits perfectly. Again, I have no idea why that is, but I'm doing it. Okay, you always want to go across when you're tightening something serious like this, some sort of crisscross pattern. And you want to take it in stages. You don't want to crank it all down at once. You want to make sure you got a nice, even sealing surface up against the gasket that you're going up against. Take your time. That's this one. Okay. These cylinders are nice. I've had a few cylinders on dirt bikes and things where they don't make a little gap for you to put a socket on, and you got to get a special wrench just to tighten down these nuts, and it's a pain in the neck. These fit right on. Pretty easy peasy. There. So far, so good, guys. I'm going to take this one right on home, I think. Snug them up a little bit more. Okay. It's business time. Now, this is approximately a 3/8 bolt, so I'm just going to give it what I'd normally give a 3/8 bolt for love. Again, I want to keep crisscrossing and make sure you get a nice, even sealing surface. And it's a nice gasket underneath this. It's a, I believe it's a steel or stainless steel gasket with some sort of rubber compound or plastic compound on both sides. So it's got a lot of strength for sealing and for getting beat up, but it also has that nice sealing surface. I've had issues before with full metallic gaskets that are sometimes hard to use or hard to get set up right. These are usually pretty easy peasy. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to switch to my right hand so I can get a little more power. Try not to over torque these, but oh, that feels good. You don't want to torque them down too much, but you want to get them to their seated nice and tight. And it'll tell you there's a point where it doesn't want to spin anymore. I'm not talking about putting a breaker bar around this or anything. This is a standard wrench. And then just a little bit past that, once it doesn't want to spin anymore, you should be good. It doesn't want to move at all. It doesn't want to move. Cool. It's good to go. Woo! Okay. Move on to the middle cylinder. Again, just going to crisscross this bad boy till she's done. It's a bad view, but it's okay. When you have a lot of junk on your threads, it can mess up your tightening. Also, if you have lube on them or Loctite, or anti-seize, it'll also mess up your threads. What happens, instead of the surface of the nut contacting the washer or the surface that you're locking down to, instead of that being the tightening spot, let me back up. What happens, you put lube on the thread and it ends up lubing everything, and then you can over torque it because it doesn't have the normal friction that a normal setup would have. And so you can easily over torque a lubed up thread or an anti-seize thread or a Loctite thread, any of that stuff. You gotta be real careful. These are dry threads, so I'm not worried about it. There's a little bit of grease on them, but just normal stuff. Okay. Crisscrossing up. Almost there. Man, this is nice. Okay, I'm gonna get ready to torque these down. Sorry for the bad angle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, almost a. It's about right there. Doesn't want to move, and you want to go just a touch past, just a touch. Nothing serious. It'll tell you when it doesn't want to move anymore. And like most things, all the vibration from this motor, the expansion and contraction from the heat, thermal cycling this motor, you'll probably want to check these nuts after I've run it a couple times just to make sure it's not coming loose. It's a real common problem with exhaust bolts. Really common problem. Exhaust manifold bolts. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. Let's go on to the third one. Man, this is exciting. I didn't think it'd go back together this fast. Okay, just barely get it on there. Okay. Okay. You don't want to torque this down all the way in one go. You'll end up cocking the thing and it won't sit right, or the gasket won't seal right, or something else goofed up will happen. You don't want to do that. Okay. What I have been doing lately, which is kind of new, I've never done, or I normally don't do, even after I find everything that I've tightened up, what I think is good, I'll go back around one more time just to make sure. And a lot of times I do get a little bit extra love out of one of the nuts or bolts, even though you were just on it. So I don't know if that's a good habit to have, but it seems out. Okay, I'm gonna call this one good. Again, not too tight. Just tight enough. Okay. Whew. All right. This is the cool part, guys. Let me rotate the motor for you. You'll be able to see these pistons go up and down. Hopefully they go pretty smooth. I'm gonna spin the clutch over here. Oh, woo! And you can probably hear them sucking air in and out of the motor. That's the crankcase pressurizing. That's how a two-stroke works. Let's see if I get it close so you can hear it. what you're hearing, you can see these ports down the cylinder. What happens in a two-stroke, the carbs right there, they feed into the block underneath the cylinder. So you'll see the new cylinders right here. That's the bottom of the cylinder. They feed into the crankcase underneath the cylinder, and that's what lubricates the motor. And then how the gas gets into the actual cylinder are these ports. And these ports that you can see, whoops, sorry. These ports, as the piston goes down, those ports get opened up. And as the motor continues to spin, another piston goes down. I'll zoom out. So there's the one side. You can see the ports. What happens, the other piston goes down and it pushes the gas into the other piston from the crankcase. Spin it, pushes it in, and then that piston, sorry for the terrible camera angle, that piston goes up into a compression stroke, and then the cycle continues. And that's what you're hearing, the crankcase. And I can feel it, which is amazing. Heads aren't even on, and I can feel the pressure in the crankcase. That's amazing. So that's a good sign. These are moving really smooth. I don't see any issue. I haven't felt any hang-ups. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the heads on. I think we're ready. Yo, Nolan, how does the stream look? Is it quality, high quality, or no? No quality? What you got? What you got for me? Oh man, my streaming setup is pretty clowny. I need to get this figured out. Okay. All right, so here's the heads. Man, I'm excited. Everything has gone as smoothly as it possibly could. I'm excited. I'm gonna get some of this stuff out of the way so I'm not goofing around. Stuff I don't need up here. Cool beans, dog. Cool beans. Oh, sweet. That was super sweet. The settings on the YouTube streaming thing are really obnoxious. I don't know why they got to make it. You got to go to different pages to do different things. The whole thing seems kind of goofy, but maybe it's just me being a noob. Okay. Here's the head. Nothing too fancy here. This is the water jacket side, or where the coolant goes through for the head. And these are O-ring heads, which are really sweet. You don't have to deal with any fancy gasket. You throw the O-rings on and you're done. So let me show you what I got. Here's the big O-ring. Goes in the big O-ring slot. Boom, 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 just like that. Oop. O-rings are always preferred over head gaskets. They're just easier to deal with. At least I've had better luck with them. Okay. Oh, this one's tight. Doesn't want to stay in the hole. Come on. There's probably some trick to this. Don't know what it is. Yeah. Let me stretch this out a little bit. I don't know. Let's see here. This is a risky move. I'm only doing this because I have backups. I could use the old ones. So if it screws up this O-ring, I'll grab one of the old ones. Oh, that worked perfect. Okay. There's the trick. One O-ring, that's for the outside ring. It's a thinner ring for the coolant. And the middle one is a little bigger for the compression. Oh man, that fit perfect. Okay, that's all she wrote. That's it. Got a couple of rings on there. You're good to go. Okay. And this outer O-ring's fighting me. I'm gonna give it a little more stretch one more time. The inside one fit really good. And again, I don't know if this is normal, having to stretch these just a little bit. And the only reason I'm even attempting this is because I have backups. I normally wouldn't touch this or do this sort of thing. It's a high-risk move, I'd say, but maybe it's the thing you're supposed to do. Seems to be working. Okay. Sweet. Here is the head. This is just can't believe how smooth everything is going. Okay, here we go. Head on nice and easy. I don't think anything moved. Get these head bolts. Yeah, and I'm putting these head bolts in dry. I took them out dry. Dry as in meaning there was no thread sealant or Loctite on it or anything. They are coated. I want to say. I think they're coated with some sort of anodizing or something. You can have issues when you put two dissimilar metals, especially aluminum. Aluminum and steel or anything you get into. If you have two dissimilar metals, a lot of times you can get corrosion in between the two, and it can mess you up in a bad way. But I think these are anodized, which means they're coated in something. Hard coating, I don't know. Just chugging along here. These are cool bolts. They have an O-ring in the bottom too that you can see. That's to seal off. They even have a little contour, whatever that's called, for the O-ring to sit, divot. Oh, there's another term. Chafer? Chamber? Chafer? That's not the right word. Think of it. Man, I am feeling high and mighty, guys. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I've gotten this far so quickly. It is nice having this motor at perfect working level, nothing to work around. Dirt bikes and four-wheelers, you got to mess around with the frame and the air box and all that stuff. I don't have any of that in my way. So that's really made it easy. Okay, these are all hand tight. Let's go on to the next one. Oh my gosh. Oh, guys, I got some goofy news. I have an extra gasket for the bottom of the cylinder that I didn't even know. I'm using the old one. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. Man, well, that's pretty silly. I don't know why I didn't put that on. I had a brand new gasket to put on underneath the cylinders, and I've already torqued them down. I'm going to go with it. We'll risk it. Worst case, I got to pull it back apart. I'll throw in the new gasket, and life goes on. Okay. Second head. Let's put these O-rings on. Got a big boy. Let's see if this one fits. That first one fought me a little bit. Did not want to stay in its groove, and this one does not either. I'm going to stretch it out a little bit. Just a wee bit. It's almost there. The worst case, which is kind of tough to do on these, I think you'd know right away, but if you go to put the head on and the O-ring is out of its groove, it won't sit all the way down properly on the cylinder and goof you up. Okay, see if this does her. Like a glove, perfect. Okay, see how this big one fits. That would fit really good. Okay, put this head on. Put some head bolts in here. Still can't think of that word. Oh, man. I can't think of it. These threads, these spark plug threads have a lot of junk in them. I think I'm going to clean those up before I put the plugs in. Or I'll do that before I put the compression tester on. Make sure I get a good seal. Okay, it's head number 2. We're almost there. Almost there. See if this one fits. I have a feeling it's not going to. And I'm correct. Here we go. Okay. Last big O-ring. Let's give it a little stretcher. A little stretch. Just a little bit. You want to make sure you rotate the ring as you're stretching it or doing anything like this, because you can stretch them oblong. And that's no good for anything. So you want to move every time you do a little stretch. Okay. See if this fits. Oh man, fits perfect. Okay. Let's put this big boy on. Boom. Man. Couldn't fit any better. Okay. Let me find the head real quick. Okay, it's the last head. You guys ready? Ready for this jazz? Let's do this. Rings are in place. Boom, boom, boom. Head is on. Okay, let me get these bolts in. I'm excited, guys. I'm really excited to do a compression check. The last time, like I was saying, the last time the motor was together, it did about 120, I think. So I expect to be around there again. 120 PSI. Let me get the right socket for these guys. Okay, go to the metric side. I guess I'm gonna go for a 13 millimeter. See if that fits. Nope, too big. Go to 12. That's it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Gonna tighten these bad boys up. Again, crisscross pattern. These definitely have torque spec. I don't know what it is. Just gonna tighten it up. Do them evenly to begin. Do a little bit more. Oops, this one. Okay. The final torque. Or let me check one more time. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, it's already there. It's there. It's there. Okay. So these are all, they're not torqued down completely, but they probably need one more good torque session. Should be ready to ride. Here we go. Again, there is a torque spec for these. I don't know what it is. I didn't look it up. I'm just going to torque them down. Should be all right. Here we go. Again, they're going to tell you when they're happy. Just using a normal sized socket wrench here, and I'm definitely not putting a lot of force on them, but definitely enough to keep them from coming loose, that's for sure. Okay, almost there. I'm threaded into aluminum. You gotta be really careful you don't strip out some aluminum threads. That would be really not cool. And every time you go around your star pattern, they should get a little tighter and tighter. Just a wee bit. Oh, that one's tight. That one's tight. It's tight. That one's tight. That one's tight. Okay. I'm going to call that good. Like I said, I'll probably check these once I get a little runtime on them, make sure they're still tight. I don't have a torque wrench, so even if I looked up the torque, it wouldn't do me any good. I have a general idea of what the torques are or how it feels torque-wise, but I wouldn't be able to get it close as a torque wrench, obviously. It'll be good enough. I'm putting a lot of juice into these. They'll be good. Get them snugged up. Always doing a crisscross pattern. That's to make sure whatever you're bolting down seals properly or seals even to the surface. Well, I'm using O-rings, and it'd be kind of hard to mess this up. Still good to have a good habit of it, whatever you're doing. Okay, those are pretty snugged up. I'm gonna take them a couple extra twists and turns down torque lane. Sorry for the bad angle. You know, I could probably give you guys a better angle. That would make sense. This goofy setup. I cleaned my garage. Check this out. Whoops. Cleaned my garage, moved all my tools to the front of it. And then I got all my stuff on that side. And this side is relatively clean. I got a bunch of junk I still got to move out of the way, but and I got this goofy setup. I got the laptop. My wireless is so terrible. I had to run an Ethernet cable out here. I got to get that figured out. And then I got this table and nice monitor. Okay, give you a better view. Let's get here. How's this? Whoops, it's too close. That's not going to work. Let's try this. Ooh, that's a nice view. Okay. Where was I? Okay, torquing up this middle one. Here we go. I'm gonna start here. And you can see, I mean, it doesn't, you almost can't even tell me turning it, but it's moving just a little bit, just a couple degrees. And every time you do your star pattern, you'll get a couple more degrees until it doesn't want to move anymore. Again, you want to be careful. These are aluminum cylinders, aluminum threads. I could easily jack these threads up. It would not be pretty. Almost there, probably one more round. It's almost tight. Okay, this is probably it. Yep, as far as she's wanting to go. You don't want to screw this up. Okay. Oh, I'm feeling good about that one. Let's go on the third one. Check my phone. Okay. Last head. I'll do a compression check. Well, we'll clean these threads out real quick on these heads for the spark plug. You got some stuff in there. Okay, let's do this. Going from hand tight to kind of tight. Crisscross pattern. Yes, although this is 1,000, I take that back. This is a 900 motor originally, but with the these Predator cylinders, they're a lot bigger bore, and so the motor is really a 1050 cc. A little deceiving. And the stock horsepower on these is about 170-ish, 170, 180 maybe a little less, 160, 170. This should be close to 200. So it's a good bump over stock. And yes, it does wheelies. The crazy thing does wheelies. Hopefully we'll have videos of that coming soon. Video Wheelie City. Okay, those are almost close to getting torqued all the way down. Let's keep the show rolling. Start on this one. I don't know what's this. I can start on this one. There we go. Crisscross pattern or star pattern or whatever you want to call it. Whew. Let's go with this one now. Oh, that's getting tight. Again, I know you can't see me spinning this maybe at all, but I'm getting a couple degrees every single time. I think I messed up the pattern here. That's okay. I forget which ones I was doing. I wasn't paying attention. That was my bad. Well, oh, man. Okay, I'm going to do it one more time. I think they're done, but I'm going to check them one more time. Just make sure they're nice and seated and ain't no games. Okay, here we go. Again, I got a normal size socket wrench on here. I'm not using a breaker bar. I wish I had a torque wrench, but I don't have one. So this is going to have to suffice. Aluminum thread. Be very careful not to strip it. If it did strip out, I don't know if I'd be able to re-tap it. I'd have to drill and tap, put a bigger thread in, maybe. I'd probably have to do a helicoil, which is putting in a new thread in the same size hole that you cleaned out already. Either case, I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down the avenue. That would not be fun. Okay, I think I'm good here. You guys aren't really moving anymore. Okay. And like I said, guys, I'm going to check these. I'm going to check them once I run it for a little bit, make sure they're all staying together since I don't have a torque wrench. I'm going to grab a spark plug real quick and get the right size tap. And I'll show you guys a cool trick for tap sizes. So to find the right size tap. Bear with me, guys. I got a million taps I'm looking at. I'm trying to find the right one. Well, guys, I don't think I have a tap that fits. I don't know if this is a special thread. I have no idea. All right. Well, we're going to skip past that plan. I thought I was going to be able to tap out these cylinder or the spark plug holes, but I don't have the right tap, apparently. Oh, wait. I lied. I do. Just found it. Okay. Where's my tap? Okay. All right, I'm going to clean these holes out real quick, and then I'm going to put the compression checker in. I probably should have tapped these holes before I put them on, just in case anything falls in. But I'm not worried about I'm not worried about metal shaving. The thread is clean. There's just a lot of muck in there, a lot of dirt, debris. Okay, let me show you a cool trick. If you're ever questioning if you have the right thread or what thread you have and you want to compare it, cool trick. If you take two of the same threads and you put them together, they'll mesh perfectly together. I don't know if you can see. Oh, yeah, right there. And there won't be a gap. Really handy if you're at a hardware store or somewhere that doesn't have one of those testers. You want to know if it's the same thread. Whoops. Just put them together. Shoot. Yeah, you can kind of see there. Right there. So this should be the right thread. If it's not, I don't think I have a tap that fits it. No, this isn't the right. I think the pitch is right. It's not the right size. Let me do this one more time. 12 by 1.25. The pitch right on the size, right? This might be a 13 millimeter. I don't know. 12, 11, 14, 14. Oh, I do have it. I grabbed the wrong one, guys. My fault. The threads fit together, but the diameter was wrong. But here you see it again. You see how perfectly that spark plug thread matches into that tap thread. So I'll go ahead and whip up my thread tool. I don't have the right size thread tool. Oh man, got this wrong one a second time. See, third time's the charm. See if I can make this happen. I'm not a fan. This is a monster thread tool or whatever these are called. I'm not a fan of these. You can so easily mess up your thread when you're putting too much torque into it. You don't get the feedback as you would from a small one, especially when you're doing something sensitive like this. But we're going to use it anyway. Okay, so we're going to lock it in. Whoops. Lock it in, clean up these threads, and we go back down to the heads. Okay. In fact, I'm going to take... No, I can't even use this crazy thing. Backup plan, just use your hands. Should be clean enough. I should be able to get this in anyways. In theory. Oof, I don't like that. You know what, guys? I'm not going to risk it. It's just greasy and dirty. There's no metal shavings. The thread's perfectly fine. I'm not going to tap it. I don't want to risk it. That kind of scares me a little bit. All right. Maybe the compression checker out. Okay. I want to thank Mr. Cooper from my high school shop class. He gave me this because it was out of date and they weren't allowed to use it anymore. I've had it in my toolbox and I used it the first time in, 14 years and it worked perfectly fine. So I'm going to use it again. It's pretty cool. You just got a gauge here, pressure gauge. And again, shooting for, whoops, had some pressure left over in there. I'm shooting for about 120 PSI or so. The pressure is important. What's even more important is to have consistent pressure across all three cylinders. So threading this little tail here. It's got a little O-ring to make the seal. Spark plugs have a metal O-ring. In fact, here it is. This metal O-ring, when you buy them fresh, they're coned up like that. You can see the cone. And then when you torque it into the head or turn on the heads, that gets squished, and that makes a perfect seal up against the head. That's how you keep cylinder pressure in with a spark plug. But this doesn't have that set up, and you probably wouldn't want to do that anyways. So it's just got an O-ring. Okay. That's about hand tight in there. And I'm just going to pull it a few times, turn the motor over, and see what the pressure reads. See, now this is exciting. It's a brand new top end. Turn the motor over, baby. See what happens. If I don't get good pressure on these three cylinders, I don't know what plan B is, but I'm going to have to come up with it. So, here. Whoop. The coolant. I always forget this coolant. I had drained the coolant before I took this motor apart. And this coolant drain right here. It was leaking all over the place just now when I was messing around. But you can see I'm already at 100. Man, I'm at 100, 130, 135, which is really sweet. That's higher than what I had before, which is cool. Let me keep going. I'm going to pull it over a few more times. You got to pull it over quite a few to get the full pressure. Pull it a few more times and see what happens. It goes up. Okay, it didn't go up much more. I'm at about, I'm going to call that 130. It really, whoops, that glare is terrible. Wait a minute. Okay, call that about 130 or so. It's really about 130, 135-ish. But that's good enough. That's what I was shooting for. So we can release the pressure. Nice pressure safety relief on this cool thing. It's kind of fun to use. Let's check this out. Use that, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Okay, let's go on to the third one. Man, my heart's racing right now, guys. I'm so nervous that something's not going to be right. This was the good cylinder, so that's expected that it's okay. This second one got burned up pretty, not the worst. The worst one is the stator side, but this is the middle. This was about 100 PSI, so it did get burned up a little bit. Not as bad as the third one. So this will be the first real test of a rebuilt motor to see if I did anything right. So let's give it a few pulls. I wonder if I get this gauge. This gauge, the gauge doesn't swivel, so it's kind of hard to put in the right spot. See. Oh wait, that does swivel. I don't know why I always thought that didn't swivel. Okay, so I'm gonna put that there, and you can watch it as I crank the motor over. And again, you gotta crank it over a few times to get the full pressure. Okay. Again, perfect, man. Oh my gosh. Almost identical. Maybe a little bit more. It reads about 136 or so, but that's close enough. Man, that's exciting. Release pressure. Here we go. All right, this is the true test. I'm very nervous about this third cylinder. In fact, there's still aluminum welded to the inside of this cylinder underneath the compression zone. The guy, Hooper Racing, said it'd be okay, and I sent the cylinders to him to confirm. I'm a little bit hesitant, but he's the expert. What do I know? Get this thing in there nice and tight. There it is. Now it's a double thread, so I'm using the smaller thread. Obviously, you can still see the top thread. Okay, let's get this thing in position. Man, I am so nervous right now. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth, baby! Woo! Very nervous. We get it? Hey! Oh my gosh! Woo! Man, what a victory. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Got another 100. What is that? It's starting to drop now. Or maybe 135. I mean, oh my gosh. I couldn't ask for anything better. I was very nervous about that, especially with the cylinder still being damaged. Because the guy knows what he's talking about. He should. He does it for a living. Hooper Racing, guys. Hooper Racing out in New Hampshire. Go to him if you got a Thundercat motor. He knows what he's talking about. 135 PSI. Oh my gosh. That was very nerve-wracking. We just put this motor together in 3 hours, or the top end anyways. Pretty excited. Okay, I'm going to take this pressure off. And take this guy out. Okay, there's the double thread. You can see the tiny thread, and then the adapter thread up for a larger spark plug, O-rings for them to seal it off. And then it even comes with another adapter right here. It even comes with another adapter in case you need to. It's got 3 different sizes. It's a universal pressure tester. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, if you're still alive, my high school shop teacher, for giving this to me 14 years ago. Still works fine. The best part, the first time I used this, like I said, I haven't used this compression tester in 14 years. And I busted it out the first time when I blew the motor a few weeks ago or burned it up. And the O-rings were shot on it. In fact, you can see I don't know if you can see the cracks. Yeah, you can't see the cracks. It's not going to focus. You can kind of see it. Anyways, the one O-ring that I needed to use was on the thread and O-ring was already sealed up and covered, so it was still in good shape, and the other O-rings were cracked all in. Man, couldn't work out any better. Very exciting. Okay. I'm going to put this compression tester away. Now, sometimes you'd use that compression tester. It's called a leak down test, where you screw in the compression tester. You do the same thing. You turn the motor over. Whoops. Turn the motor over. And let me check this. Let me fix camera guy. Help. Man. That same compression tester, instead of doing a real quick test like that to get a cylinder pressure, you do a leak down test. You screw it in, do it, and then you let it sit for several hours and see what the pressure drops over time. And that can diagnose different issues. It may be more useful on a 4-stroke motor where you have valves that you're messing around with. On this, there's no valves, so there's not a whole lot that can go wrong, which is why I prefer 2 strokes. A lot simpler design. We're not going to do the leak down test. We're happy. We got consistent pressure across. Man, 130, 135 PSI. That's what's up. I was very nervous. Very, very nervous. That's exciting. Man, John Hooper at Hooper Racing is the man. New Hampshire. Hooper Racing, guys. He's the man. All right. Next step, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. In fact, I guess I got to get the coolant lines on and get the coolant lines on and the exhaust on, and I'll be ready to at least start it up. I have to put this other fan shrouds on, and I got to get them wired up. I got to put the new solenoids in, or a new solenoid in, and rewire the old one. What's going on here? Oh, makes sense. The tap tool, one thread was right hand, the other one was left hand. I couldn't figure out how to put it back together, and that's why. Okay. Coolant lines. What do you guys think? Anybody watching? How many? One person watching, whoever it is. Should we do coolant or exhaust first? What do you think? Can you comment? Can you type? Do you have an account? Coolant or exhaust? What do you guys think? Okay. Taps away. Oh no. Let me check. Someone tap something. Okay, I'm gonna clean up my mess a little bit. I got some paper towels on the ground, kind of throwing around. It pays off to have a clean, working environment. Always does. If I can mount this thing so you guys see me a little better, just for a hot sec. Yeah, it's good on. All right, I'm just gonna clean up the area real quick. Got a bunch of stuff all over the place, made a mess. It was fun. Man, I can't believe. Oh, I'm just so relieved. I can't believe that the crazy thing worked. I don't know why I'm so impressed. Surprised, but I am. Okay. Stickers. You know, I've gotten so many stickers for millions of years, and I never use them for anything. I just end up throwing them away. Wish I was a sticker guy, but I'm not. Okay. Okay, guys. So, whoever's watching, oh man, this camera. Okay, you're just tuning in. No! Almost dropped the camera. Would have been bad. You're just tuning in. We just got the new pistons in, cylinders, heads, all on, baby. Did a compression check. Pressure was good. We're gonna move on to I don't know, exhaust or the coolant first. I haven't decided yet. I think probably the coolant. I don't know. I just don't know. Who knows? Probably doesn't matter. Okay. Whoop. Yeah, I'm gonna do the coolant. It's relative. Oh no, it's not gonna be relatively easy. I have one thing I gotta change on the coolant. I'll show you what it is. It's kind of fun. All right. I originally had this coolant set up. Not goofy, but I can make it better. What's happening here? I got the radiator down below, which you can see the fans, and get out of here, bug. The hot water comes here, goes down to the radiator, and goes out through the bottom of the radiator on the other side over here, and then goes into the engine at the bottom. What I'm going to do is change this coolant setup. This is where one of the pressure caps go. But you can see here, I did this originally to get this as a high spot in the coolant line so I could bleed the air out of the system pretty easily. But for whatever reason, I didn't think about I could switch these two connections here and get this a lot lower, which will reduce the pressure on the pump and hopefully increase liquid flow through the circulation system. So I'm going to cut these zip ties, undo these clamps, and I'm just going to swap these two pieces. And hopefully it'll be plug and play. I don't have to mess around at all. And I've already drained the coolant, I think. Dealing with coolant, you always get it everywhere. So I'm going to try to prevent that as much as possible. Let's see here. On a good spot. Oh, on this side for a camera. Sorry guys about all the camera movement. I'm a newbie. How's this? That sucks too. Okay, try it again. How's this? Well, that sucks just as much. Okay, bear with me, guys. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. How's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oops. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I look like an idiot. Let's see here. This camera work is harder than the actual buggy work. Here we go. All right. It's probably going to fall here, but we're going to deal with it. Okay. Let me get some paper towel. There's a dealing with coolant. You always make a mess when you're dealing with coolant. Stick these down here. Need a flathead screwdriver. Okay, this is my favorite screwdriver as of late. I've had it for, I don't know, 5-7 years. It's a Stanley. Works okay. I wasn't originally not a fan of this grip. And I was really used to the old Craftsman hex grip or pentagram grip or whatever that was called. But I've come to enjoy these. And the head of the tip has been great. I haven't had any issues using this all this time, beating it to death, and it still hold up. So I'm very happy with this Stanley piece. Okay, well, I need some zips or some cutters. Okay, one. Be careful. I got a mechanical temp gauge, coolant temp gauge on here. And in my younger years, I had another one. I had it on a drag car. I had it on a drag car, and I'd never worked with a mechanical gauge like that. I had always worked with electrical gauges, where it's just a wire. You have a sending unit that takes the temperature, and then you have a gauge that reads that sending unit signal. The mechanical gauges, you just have a little probe that goes in, and then the tube, the capillary tube, is filled with I forget what it's filled with. Something I forget, and that's what pushes the gauge way up there and shows you the reading. Back in my dumber years, I had one, and they're expensive gauges. I cut the capillary tube thinking it was a wire, and man, that was a sad day when I see all that coolant flow out of it or whatever's inside that tube. And it costs you a couple $100 for a new gauge. No bueno. So try not to cut your tube, bro. It's right here. It looks just like a zip tie, in fact, or a wire. You can't even tell. Okay. I think it's gonna be a lot easier if I. You know what I'm gonna do? This thing. Let me see what I got. This coolant header right here. this coolant header feeds all 3 heads. 1, 2, 3. It's upside down right now, and this is where the thermostat goes. I'm not running a thermostat, but I flipped this thing upside down. It was a proud moment for me because it made the coolant lines a lot shorter to go from the radiator to and fro the radiator, having this upside down. Otherwise, I have to take this line and run it from the other side of the motor and bring it back to the radiator, and vice versa for the incoming line to the engine. I'd have to run it from, man, this is tough. This is crazy camera. Anyways, I have to run it from this side to the opposite side. With this thing upside down, I don't have to do that. I can just run the lines as quick and normal as possible, which is great. I'm so sorry, guys. I'll get a better streaming setup, I promise. It's my first time streaming anything, and it's been a lot of fun. It's fun to have an audience. I've had a couple of friends come in and talk, which has been cool, or ask me questions or whatever. A couple of them, super cool. And hopefully get us some more. Okay, let's do this. Okay, clamps loose. Now, when you're dealing with coolant lines, almost after they get heated up and you use them a couple times, they seal up against whatever you got them on. And you got to break that seal when you go to take them back apart. So what I normally do is once you take the clamp off, clamp is loose, I'll stick a flathead screwdriver or something in there small and break that seal. Just shove it in there. Not too hard, but you just want to break that seal that gets made. So the hose comes off nice and easy. So you don't have to fight it. And just like that, should come right off. Little twist, there you go. Easy peasy. Let's go on to this next piece. Clamps loose. Loose here. No, this one I don't have to break loose. Just a little twist, got her. Yeah, it's still a little tight. It's okay. Okay. Easy peasy. Just stick that off to the side real quick. Got one more clamp I got to undo before I can make the changes. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Let's break the seal real quick. See what I'm doing here. This thing's in your way. See what I'm doing here. I'm just shoving the screwdriver to where the band was. Stretches the hose out a little bit, and it breaks that seal, man. That seal can be tough sometimes. This can make all the difference. Go to both sides. You know what? I think I remember this being a very, very aggressive barb fitting. Almost to the point where I almost couldn't get it on. I may not be able to get this off. Oh, man, that's tight. That is really, really tight. I do have some hose left over. I think I'm just going to... Yeah, I hate to say it. This barb fitting that I had for this, it was a long barb, and they were really aggressive ridges on each barb. I almost couldn't even get it on. I think I had to lube it up to even get it on. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off. Luckily, this was leaking, this fitting. Yeah, I'm sorry about the camera work, guys. Terrible. The far end here, where my finger is up and down, this was leaking a little bit. So I'm going to take that off and redo it anyways. And I got enough hose here to make it happen. So Let's just go that route. So messing around with this crazy elbow I don't need anymore. Oh, yeah. Like I said, anytime you're dealing with coolant, you make a mess. I got paper towels and some more stuff down there, but it's tough to avoid. Tough to avoid. Okay. All right. So this is. Let me try one more time to take this off. No, there's no way. There's no way I'm going to get that hose off. I'd have to cut it off. I don't really need the piece, so I'm just going to leave it together right now, and I'll put it up where the rest of my hoses are for next time. For future, anytime you get in this sort of position, if say you want to keep this elbow, what you do is take a utility knife and just cut along the hose until the barbs are through, and then pry it open and just pull it off. And it doesn't damage the piece too bad. You can do it quite a few times without screwing up the barbs. I've done it on stainless barbs, brass barbs, plastic barbs. Seems to work for everything. I haven't had any issues with leaking or anything afterwards. I'm going to save my hose clamps. Of course, I'm going to need these again, so I'm going to take these off. I think these are stainless. These are nice. It's always nice to get good hose clamps. You need to deal with a rusted hose clamp. It's a pain in the butt. Get some nice stainless ones. Spend the extra money. Okay. It's off. I'm going to hang it up in the hose graveyard over my firewall. And I'm sure I'll use it one day. Hopefully. In the meantime, I got some other hose. Same size. Big old piece of it. Boom. And I think what I'm going to do is mount up this piece here. Again, you can't see because I'm a terrible cameraman. This piece here, I'm going to mount up. Where am I? Right here, you can't see it. This is the feed to the radiator. And it was leaking last time when I had it together because I couldn't, it was so tight because I flipped this whole thing upside down. It's not supposed to be like that. So I'm going to put the hose on first, tighten it up real good, and then hopefully not have any leaks when I put it back together. So let's do that. I should probably cut this hose first, but I think I'm going to risk not cutting it and just deal with a long hose for now. We'll see what happens. I'll cut it if I have to. Again, sorry guys for all the terrible camera business. I'm trying, guys. I really am trying. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Water break? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I need some water. Oh, man. Okay, we're back. Got to finish this coolant line, and should be good. Stick this bad boy hose on there. Okay. I know you guys can't see it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There we go. You see now? Oh man, I forgot the hose clamp. That's okay. I'll put it on the other end. Oh, that's really tight. Woo! Oh, okay, that's about as far as I'm gonna go. Okay. Good. Let's see you get past that leak. All right. Now, when you're doing hose clamps, the best advice I have for you is to put the clamp. You want to put the clamp where the screw is accessible for where you're going to work on or where it's mounted. So this one here, I'm going to say is probably easy if it's angled up like this, maybe even vertical, so I can get at it. We'll try that out. If it doesn't work, we'll move it around. Long hose. And again, this is kind of an odd way of doing this. Normally, you'd be putting hoses on as the very last item, but since I had leaks before, on this piece is flipped upside down. It's not intended for that. I'm going to try to prevent the leaks from happening, like so. Let's see if it works out. Okay, so put the clamp in place. When you're putting clamps on hoses, you want to feel where the edge is. You want to be just a little bit past the edge, maybe an 1/8 inch or something. You don't want to be too close. You don't want to be too far away. About an 1/8 inch inside of the edge, or the lip, whatever you're going over. Let's tighten this up, or at least get it close enough. I wonder if I can. Let me see something here. Oh yeah, I can. You can't see it there well, but I can get it from this point. Nice access point here. So I think I'm gonna. I'll just snug her up a little bit. I won't go all the way. I'll wait till it's bolted on. The worst when you're doing hose clamps and then you push to keep your tool engaged in the hose clamp or in the slot or whatever you're doing. And as you're tightening it, you're pushing the adjuster out of the way or in the wrong direction or pushing it where you won't be able to access anymore, and it can really screw you up. I think I'm a little far on. I'm going to push it back a little bit. A little bit more. All right. I'm gonna call it good. Always double check whatever you're doing. It always pays off. Take your time, do it right. Do it right the first time. Always pays off. All right. Well, I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I did it anyways. Snug this right up. Okay, no big deals. Okay. Let's see what I can do. I think I'm gonna mount this coolant header up, at least temporarily, so I can get kind of a length on this hose, kind of put it all together. Okay, here are the three header gaskets. These are the same gasket materials that the other ones were out of, the main one. You can see it's, I don't know if you can see it. There's a metal, yeah, you can see the shiny metal? So it's a sheet of metal, pretty thin. I mean, not too thin, but it's a sheet of metal, and then both sides has this rubber coating on it. And these are nice gaskets. They seal up real well. You don't have to torque them down too hard. These are nice gaskets. So, we're just gonna throw this on. Nothing too precision going on here. I don't know. There's always a weird, because of the way these get stamped, there's always a weird raised face and a non-raised face. I don't know if it matters. Both sides that of the surface that's mounting to are flat, so it probably doesn't matter. But I always, even when I'm doing washers, I always put the non, or if you had a sheet of steel flat and the press comes down, I always put the bottom side up against what I'm doing, and then the new piece comes on fresh to the top side. I do that for washers. It probably doesn't make a difference, but I'm going to do that anyways. I'll get you a new viewpoint. Let me get this first one and get it started. I'll get you guys new. Man, this hose is really fighting me. This big old heavy hose. Here we go. Okay. Here's another vantage point, guys. It's good enough, right? Okay. Well, man down. Man down. Now I had, I'm missing some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing some, guys. Did I drop them all? No. There's one. Oh, guys, I'm down a bolt. Oh, man, I better find it. That's never fun. You lose your bolts. I'm going to guess it's on the ground. I hope it's on the ground. I think I need one, right? Yeah, I need 6. Okay, bolty bolt, where art thou? Oh man, I don't know where it is. Maybe I lost it when I was taking it apart. It's possible. Oh man, that's not cool. Maybe it's stuck on this radiator where it dropped. I don't see it there either. Well, I have backups. I wasn't wanting to use them, but I have backups. So I'll just grab one of those. Yeah, that sucks. That's okay. Oh, boys. I can't believe I lost that bolt. Feel kind of clowny. You lose bolts. Important bolts. Just lose them. Cool. All right. I do have backups, so I'm going to throw a backup in. I'm going to get some anti-seize out. Do it right. And get my anti-seize busted out. Okay. Anti-seize. Anytime you're putting dissimilar metals together, bolts, in this case steel and aluminum, or you're putting stainless and stainless together, got to use anti-seize. It'll save you lots of heartaches. It takes a little bit extra time, but man, it's nice when you go to take this thing back apart, which I'm sure it'll happen. It comes right apart, no problems. That was my landlord. Okay. Landlord's brother, I should say. Okay, I got this bolt from the backup bolt supply. All right, I'm gonna switch these views. I know you guys hate it. I'm gonna try to give you a better view. That'll work for now. Okay, keep it rolling. Gasket. These gaskets like to fall out. They're fun. So what I normally do is I'll put the bolt through just a little bit past, just hang the gasket off on the top, get the top threaded in, at least get it started, like so, and then you can stick the the bottom bolt in. And just make sure you hit your hole on your gasket. You don't want to miss that. As fun as coolant links are to deal with, try to prevent them. Oh, and if you remember, it's always easier, instead of trying to guess your socket size for your bolt, if you take it over to your socket set and check it out first before you commit to putting all the bolts in. So I'm going to guess this one's 10 millimeter, maybe. And I'm right. That was a good guess. Okay, on the last ones. Let's make it happen. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh, guys. I put the head on backwards. I put the head on backwards. I wasn't paying attention. Oh my gosh. Look how clowny this is. I didn't even notice it. Look at this. See that port? It's supposed to be on the other side, like the other ones. Was not paying attention. That's just fantastic. Okay. We're gonna switch that around, obviously. Man, I couldn't goof that up anymore. Lucky these are O-rings and they're reusable. Oh man, that's goofy. When you're untorquing a head, normally you want to do the star pattern too. I don't know if it matters on these heads, but I know some heads, if you don't take them off properly, you can torque the head in a bad way when you're taking it off. Make sure these are all loose. Man, can you believe that? Put the head on backwards. Just goes to show anybody could do this. I got two hands. That's about all I got going for me, guys. Anybody can do this stuff. I've done a handful of motors in my life. This is certainly one of the easier ones, but still screw it up. Still screw it up. Put it in backwards. Oh, it's hilarious. Okay. You know, if I had a bigger audience, you guys could have told me. It's okay. It's my first stream. Okay, here we go. So do a little rotate. Let's pull it off. Check everything. Yep, still a motor. Still got O-rings. Let's flip her do. By the way, the torque felt great. They all untorqued about equal force, which is a good sign. Oh, it's just one of those days. You put your pants on backwards, put your shirt on backwards, put your head on backwards. It's one of those things. No big deals. Okay, those are hand tight again. Let's torque it down. Got our handy, this is 12 millimeter. Okay, let's do this again. Start them off nice and easy. Just kind of get them where they want to be. And then we'll do a few torque sequences. Should be good. Always want to do the star pattern if you can. Keep the two surfaces parallel. Okay, here we go. A little love on that. A little love on that. Again, I don't have a torque wrench. These should be torqued down. I'll check them. I'll check them after I run it a few times. Make sure they're not coming loose. And every set, you just want to give a little bit extra love. Make sure they're all about equally tight. Okay, right down to the final torque here. Yep. Yeah. All right, one more set. For those of you just signing on, I had the head on backwards. And so we're fixing that. Ready to compression check. It was good. 135 PSI. Right in the sweet zone. So we're good. Okay. I think these are good. I'm gonna go around them one more time just to make sure. Make sure they're not goofed up. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. It doesn't want to move. Okay. These are good. I want to be careful. You don't want to tighten these. They're steel bolts threaded into aluminum. You could rip these threads out pretty easily, and it would not be pretty. It'd be a lot of work to fix that. Like I said, you have to drill out the hole. You have to retap the hole, or put a helicoil in, which is also a pain in the butt. Don't want to deal with that. Okay, we're gonna finish these coolant header off. Let's see here. What's up, Zach? What's up? What's up? What's up? The gasket. Guy from work, Zach, checking in, making sure I'm not dead. Appreciate it. Where the heck? Missing a gasket now. Man. What's going on? Oh, got it. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Let's do it again. Bolt to the top, through the gasket. We'll hang the gasket on there so we know it's in place. Get it threaded in. Top bolt. This last one's a little tricky because it's connected with a hose. It's not a hard connection, so it does like to play games. And I'm into playing games. Let's do this. Oh, man, that's just awkward. Okay, here we go. Let's do this other one. I know you got a bad view right now, guys. But there's the hole. Oh, there we go. putting these last few bolts on, and we'll finish the hose rerouting on the other side. This is pretty easy stuff. Okay. Almost snugged up on this side. Please hand tight. Same thing on these bolts. When you're tightening them, you don't want to tighten one up all the way and go the other one. You're prone for leaks. You want to keep them even as much as possible. Keep the two surfaces parallel. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. At the top. That's enough. Wow. Oh. Carbs in the way on this one. That's not cool. To rotate this carb. I do got to take the carbs off to put new juts in. Maybe I'll just loosen this up for now and I'll just rotate it out of the way just so I got room to work. Actually, I don't know. There might be a tab that. Oh, no, you can rotate. Okay. Here we go. Okay, snugged up. Let me loosen this other carb up. Man, we made so much progress today, guys. We started about 4 hours ago, maybe. Put new pistons in, rings. Got the cylinders on. Put the heads on, torqued on. Yeah. Making great progress. Here we go. Okay, one more carb to rotate out of the way. Oh. Yeah, like I said, these motors are great. They're real simple. Only thing that sucks is you got to do everything 3 times. It's okay though. Oops. Use this for a view. See what I'm actually doing here. Oops, wrong side. It's okay. Guys, I'm so sorry. I suck at this camera stuff. I'm gonna get a better setup, I promise. I'll get actual clamps or whatever. Okay, so yeah. Zach, we did a compression check earlier. After putting it all together, and we got the 135 PSI. Pretty sweet. Motor should be good. Okay, I'm gonna go back and forth between these. Again, tighten them up a little bit at a time, make sure they're even. Again, these are steel bolts going into aluminum, so you gotta be careful. You don't want to over torque these. Get a nice gasket in there, it'll seal up. You don't need these cranked down super hard. Oops. These bolts are prone to coming loose too. And I put NFCs on them because when I originally got this motor, they really fought me to come out. So now they got NFCs on them, although they come out real easy now. They have a possibility of coming loose just because of what they are. You got the coolant right up against them, potentially, and then they're always getting thermal cycled. A lot of expansion, contraction all the time. Vibration, pull those bolts right out, baby. Okay. You see I'm jerking a little bit, almost mimicking a impact wrench. Not too tight. Okay. Back check these other ones. Okay, get this third side. You know what? I think I'd over tighten the stop one too early. I'm gonna back that one off. Maybe not. Okay, you should be good now. There's the coolant header. We're gonna fix these coolant lines now over here. Get this camera again. I'm so sorry, guys, for the terrible, terrible camera business. Okay, we got this new hose on, this long hose that needs to be cut, and we're going to be hooking it up to this piece here. This is a nice T with a thermostat connection to it. This is for replacements or customs or whatever you got going on. I already got the bleed line or blowdown line already ran from the previous. I'm just going to reuse that. Okay, so what am I doing here? Oh, this should go into this. Oh, I found the bolt, man. Found the bolt, guys. Go back into the backup pile. It's okay. Man, it was sitting right there. It's tough to, there's so many crazy bolts and things to look at. It's tough to see anything. It's okay. So this, the idea is that it's going to come into the bottom here like this, and then this new hose will come into the side like this, and I'm going to gain or lose a couple inches of head, which will hopefully increase the pump flow, which will be sweet. And I know, if Zach's still watching, I know you like that terminology. Woo! Just get you going. Okay. Put this bad boy on. Rotate it properly. Okay. It's a little ugly, but it'll work. And I need to get that bad boy down there. Now, this is where I need to measure it properly and do it right. I'm going to think about it for a sec. Yeah. This thing's kind of goofy because the mount for this is right here, and it's out in the middle of nowhere. I had it before where this mount was up against this and it was a lot easier to mount. It probably doesn't even need to be mounted. These hoses are so stiff, and I'm gonna zip tie the heck out of them to keep them where they're supposed to be, so it may not matter. But nonetheless, she wants to be about right there, I'd say. You don't want to get too tight because I got this cap I got to put on. I got to be able to get on it. That cap has wings. So I'm going to call that about right there. So what I'm going to do is mark this with the marker that I don't have. Get a knife. my markers? Okay, got my marker, got my knife. Let's do some cutting. There's no real perfection going on here, just kind of eyeing it. This hose is already mounted up hard to the motor, so it's not moving. So that's fixed. And this hose is kind of extra long because I had it up here, but it's kind of nice now. It kind of runs out of the way, so I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to cut it again. Maybe in the future if it poses a problem, but I think right now it's going to be okay. Like I said, I'm going to leave some extra room because I got that cap going on. Sorry, that's stupid things anyway. Okay. About, yeah, you know what? This is going to be a little sloppier than not as sloppy, but a little looser than I'm a fan of, but we're going to go with it. Okay. About like that. Okay, got my mark. This would be a heck of a lot easier to cut off the Buggy. That's going to be a precision cut. I usually like to start, penetrate the hose, and if you can follow that line around, kind of making a sawing move, it usually cuts through. These hoses are super tough. They have the string inside of them. I'll show you in a second. They are tough, tough, tough. Oh. Try to get as straight as cut as you can. It'll never be perfect. There we go. Oh man, I put a fresh new blade on this knife, and that really helped. Okay, that's all she wrote. You can see this is a thick, heavy-duty hose, and it's got the strings, reinforcement strings inside of it. These are really nice hoses. They'll last a long time. They'll take a lot of abuse, especially from vibration. A lot of times they're running the coolant lines up against sharp edges or things you shouldn't be doing just out of obligation, the way things are put together. But this will last a long time. Probably not ever have to worry about it. Okay, your hose clamp. Hose clamp. Whoa. I'm going to go with about right there. That looks good. For this position, let's shove this in. Get all the way on. Sometimes when you're doing these, you should put a little bit of coolant on the barb fitting. Just kind of get it slipped on easier because some of these are really tight. And these hoses are so dang tough. I probably should have done for this one. Oh, man, it's tight. There we go. Okay, she's all the way on. Not the prettiest. Not the prettiest, but you know what? It's going to work. That's about all that matters. Okay. Screwdriver. What do that screwdriver? Missing the screwdriver. There we go. Whoops. Went to go pick up the screwdriver. Picked it up, found another tool that was misplaced. So I put that away. Or I put the screwdriver where I was supposed to put the other tool. And I walked back without the screwdriver. Okay. Let's see here. I'm normally not a fan of using flat screwdrivers on these clamps. Normally I'd get the socket size and really crank it down good. I haven't had to see many issues yet, although I haven't really cranked everything down yet. So, oh man, shut down. It's okay. Always want to make sure, again, whenever you have a hose clamp like this in a barb fitting, you want to be about an 1/8 inch past the barb if you can manage. And you don't want to be too far over. You don't want to fall off the edge of the hose here. Oh, that's close enough. And again, if you got leaks, you can readjust it, luckily. Okay. And that's, I don't like using flatheads to do your final tightening on these because it has a tendency to slip out of the hole. In addition, you're rotating the clamp as you're trying to shove it down into the slot. It's just a mess. If you get a socket, it makes everything 10 times easier. Okay. Finish this bad boy up. Sorry for the camera angle. Okay. It's not pretty, but it's going to work. I'll zip tie it to make it flat, make it sweet. Just how everything's kind of running right now, it's kind of wonked up. That's okay. I'm going to put a cap on this just to keep stuff from falling down inside of it. Okay. Just a temporary cap. New caps always want to fight. The spring in them are so strong. Let's see here. There's a little ledge you got to get it past to get this started. There we go. Okay, halfway on. It's good enough. All right. I think I'm going to put this. I'm going to temporarily put a couple spark plugs in just to keep plug the holes on the heads too. I'm a big fan of NGK spark plugs. Wish you could see it. There we go. Man, I've tried so many brands of spark plugs in these two-stroke motors, and the only one that seems to fight for its life is NGK, man. All day. Runner-up, I'd probably say Champion, but I don't know if they even, I don't know if they're around still. I don't know. NGK. Okay. Like I said, I'm just throwing in some plugs in the top of the head. I'm not even turning them all the way down. Just keep the stuff out of the heads. Okay. Let me clean my mess up a little bit and we can move to the next stage. my 4th streamer, Zach, ever in my life, or 3rd streamer, or whatever. So you're definitely warranted of a shout out. Zach the man. We'll get you set up. I'm such a terrible. The setup in the garage, Zach, is outrageous. Let me show you what I got going on. This is goofy. I got one of my computer monitors here. Got a laptop just sitting here. I had to run an Ethernet cable out because my wireless sucks. I couldn't even do it off wireless. Then I got this big old 15-foot cable running to a webcam. And you got this hot stuff. Oh. Okay, we're going to go on to the next spot. I think we can do exhaust. I think we can do it. I think we're going to do exhaust. Go. I will say the streaming is way more fun than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be more of like I thought the streaming was going to be more of work, more like work. We were like giving a presentation and being professional, but it's more fun. Of course, I've only had 4 people streaming at once at most, or maybe 2 or whatever, 3. But it's been fun. It's been fun. Definitely gonna do it again. First time streaming and anything. Okay, I'm just gonna little the extra oil sitting in there. I'm gonna wipe this down a little bit. Okay, I do know this side needs to get tapped out because I forced in a bolt last time. I was not happy about it, but I didn't have taps at the time. So we're gonna do it right, and we're gonna tap that bad boy out. Okay. I think it was this side. Got a tap. This is a 8mm by 1.25 pitch. It's a nice tap. I've used it a few times. Worked good. Let's do it one more time. Again, I'm doing this dry, just because I know the threads are relatively clean. If you're really cutting threads or doing something serious, definitely use lube. But in this case, I'm just trying to clean the threads up a little bit. And again, I'm not a fan. I have anti-seize on these bolts, high temp anti-seize. When you put lube in the thread, it's almost impossible to get all the lube out. It's a pain in the butt, so I'm going to avoid using any lube. Wow, you can see the material of the stuff coming right out, falling down on the motor. You can't really see it. I don't know if you can see it. There's quite a bit of aluminum dust and other BS on this thread. We're going to do a couple more times. When you're doing dry tapping, you have to be really, really careful not to force the tap. Worst case, absolute worst case scenario is breaking off a tap inside of a hole. The problem is that taps are super hard. And so to get them out, you either have to drill the center of them and try to get a counter sink or whatever they're called, not counter sink, reverse, whatever it's called, easy out, or some other magical way, but it's not fun. You can get really hard drill bits that you can drill it out, but then you got to retap the hole for a bigger hole. And I don't know if it would even take a bigger hole, so we don't want to do that. Okay, we'll go through it one more time. It's nice and easy. And when it starts to fight back, you know you got to stop. And I'm just using 2 fingers, but you can't even barely see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just using 2 fingers, thumb, middle finger, and that's about as far as I want to push it when I'm dry tapping like this. Ooh, it was almost too far. What you want to do is when you get into that tight spot, you want to back it off just as easy because that's the pinch point. That's when all the material is transitioning right into your flutes. And you don't want to gum up your threads or your tap. Okay, that one feels pretty good. I'm gonna get down there and try to blow it out. Looks good. Threads are shiny. I'm happy with it. I'm gonna do this other one now. You guys take it nice and slow. There's no lube. Just nice and slow. A couple fingers. But right there. Gets tight. Pull it out. Clean it off. You guys can't see this, but every time I'm pulling it out, I can see there's metal shavings here and all the debris. That's from cleaning the threads out. Let's go on this one more time. Woo! Yep. As far as I want to go. I'll go one more time. Just to make sure. I can blow this out. There we go. There we go. Out there. Never want to force a tap. Take your time. Okay. I feel good about that. I'm not going to do the other ones. I had already tapped the other ones previously and clean out the threads real good. So I'm not going to do the other ones, but this one for sure I didn't do last time. And you can see, let's see, all the, oh man, that's tough. Let's see. All these metal shavings right here and dust and debris. That's what came out of these holes. Real fine aluminum. These spots are real prone for mucking up the threads and everything. The bolts are always heating and contracting because it's right on the exhaust. It's not a good spot. And plus these mufflers or the exhaust, they're not on now, but the exhaust, I'll show you, there's a ring that the exhaust sits up to and they don't necessarily get bolted on. There's just a bunch of springs. So this exhaust is always bouncing up and down and it's always transmitting that force to these flanges here and these 2 bolts. So they're pretty prone to getting beat up, these threads, but they should be good. I'll be right back, guys. I got a phone call. Okay, I'm back. That'd be nuts. A couple weeks ago, I woke up and there was a raw turkey sitting next to my porch that somebody put there. Must have been early in the morning because I was up late that night too. A little weird. Probably a raw turkey serial killer on the loose. Zach's trying to provoke him. Don't do it, Zach. Don't do it. Okay, we're going to move on to the exhaust flanges. Get the right size Allen wrench first. Ease on myself. Okay. I got all the parts, I think. Yeah. A sip of water. Zach, are the birds too loud? Is the chainsaw too loud? Can you hear everything? What are your thoughts on the birds? I asked one guy, he said it was okay. Looking for double confirmation on the bird calling. Okay. Need a fresh blade to clean this up. Guys, I think I just forgot how to spell loud. L-O-A-D, is that right? Load? That's not right. How do you spell loud? I forgot how to spell loud. L-O-U-D. Yep, I'm done. L-O-U-D. Okay. Let's finish this wood up. Okay. These are the exhaust flanges. These bolt, you can see this cool kind of a half a socket, if you will, or full socket. And then the exhaust comes in here and you can move all around while the motor's bouncing or while the exhaust bouncing upside down, up and down. I'm not quite sure why they did that. I'm sure there's some rhyme or reason. It works though, so that's all matters. Okay, just gonna clean these up real quick. I got a straight blade, straight razor, for safety or whatever. Razor blade. Just gonna clean it up real quick. Clean the crap off. Inside's okay. I'm not gonna really mess with it. Wipe it down with some paper towels. Cool. Glad the birds are relaxing. We get a lot of wasps. The attic in this house or above the garage is just a mud dauber, wasp or hornet, whatever they are, utopia. So I get a lot of traffic in here, and they come up, they check me out, and they go on. When I first moved here a couple years ago, I would kind of walk away. I wouldn't swat at them or anything, but I'd kind of lean away or walk away. But now that I know that they're just trying to say hi and check me out, I don't even pay attention to them anymore. You probably haven't seen any, but probably once every couple minutes, I got a wasp that comes right up to my head or hits me in the head, says hello, and then continues on with his life. It's okay, Mother Nature doing its thing. I'll clean this face up real quick. I had done this recently, so there's not a whole lot on there. Normally, there'd be a ton of junk everywhere. But since I've just blew the motor after getting it brand new or rebuilding it, there's not a whole lot of junk on here. Okay, that's cleaned up. Let's go on to the next one. When you're cleaning surfaces, especially aluminum surfaces like this, you want to make sure you don't cut into the surface or the face of what you're cleaning. So normally when you have big gaps like this, you want to go across the gap. And so you're always maintaining that flatness across the gap. Instead of going like this and you start cutting into the inside or outside. So it's always a good tip. Always go across holes. Keep things straight. And you always want as long as distance as possible on your blade if possible. So if you're cleaning over here, instead of going like this like I just was, you could be over here or over here trying to get the longest length. That'll keep you from digging in too much. Yeah, there's not much on here. I'll go over here. A little bit of RTV from the last guy. I'm not a fan of RTV. I will not use it unless I absolutely have to. And it doesn't really seem, I know it helps, but it seems like a lazy approach. And it's just such a pain in the neck to clean up. I spent a couple hours cleaning these up the first time I put this together. So they're nice and clean now for the most part, but man, what a pain in the neck. Everything's covered in. Look, there's a wasp right there. Did you see him? Oh, no, you can't see my head. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Those are pretty clean. Clean up these flanges real quick. Again, there's not really much to them. I cleaned up one already. I think this is the one I cleaned up. That's the face that goes up against it. There's nothing really going on the inside. I wiped with paper towel, call it good. This other one. A bit of dirt on there. A bit of sand. It's tough with these off-road vehicles. Every single nook and cranny gets covered in sand and dirt, and there's just nothing you can do about it. You just kind of got to fight it continuously. It's okay. It's part of the fun. Okay. Wipe these down real quick with paper towel. Usually when you're doing like this is a gasketed surface, you want to use a fresh paper towel so you're putting more dirt on there than you already need to. Clean up the inside. Okay, these don't have to be perfect. They leak a little bit, no big deal. It's not the end of the world. Okay, one more. I'm gonna get one more. It's a pretty bad one. Yeah. Murder hornets. Oh man. Listen. If we get murder hornets, they will definitely be here in this house, hanging out in a utopia. I'm not looking forward to that. This will probably happen now we're talking about it. Just gonna get a screwdriver. Clean out the extra junk in here. This is just scale and baked on oil and grease. You clean these seats up so the exhaust sits on nice. Try to prevent the leaks. Although it leaked before, it wasn't too bad. It was manageable. I need to get new donut gaskets for these in due time. Yeah. So these are hard to come by, these flanges for these motors. They don't make them anymore, and they are so easy to break, which kind of sucks because you want to torque these bolts on so they don't come out, but it's almost as if you can't torque them to where they should be because it'll break the flange. So we'll deal with that. Here's a gasket. This is the third time I've used these gaskets. They're nice gaskets. They're kind of falling apart though. This should be okay. Whatever. Okay. Same thing like on the coolant lines. Now there's no front or back to these. They're the same, so I just toss them. Oh, you know what? That have anti-seize on. Two of these this same flange. They're this flange that I didn't get to clean up the threads originally. I didn't get to anti-seize the bolts either, so I get to do that now. As I find it. Sure, there you go. Okay. Just a little bit of anti-seize. Just takes a little bit, guys. Just a touch. And I'm putting this on because I had trouble. A couple of them were really tight trying to get out, and I've busted a few of these manifold bolts or exhaust bolts, particularly on two-stroke motors. Trying to get them out because they just get locked up in there. It's all the temperature and the dissimilar metals, the steel and the aluminum. Man, they really fight you hard. So clean out the taps, or tapping out the holes, cleaning them out the thread, and getting some anti-seize on these bolts will really help out in the future. Those are nice and even. It doesn't take a whole lot of anti-seize, just a little bit. Just a little bit on the end there. It'll work its way in. It's right in. Okay. I got another gasket. Do the top one, hang it off. Bottom bolt in. Okay, one more. Gasket, your bolts. Put anti-seize on these bolts. Okay. Oops. Too many things in my hands. Okay, here we go. Got the flange, the gasket, the bolt. Pop her do in. Good to go. Let's get her a little snug. A little bit. To the bottom. Okay. That's all she wrote there. How about hand tight? Okay, here comes the danger zone. I don't think I even finished my story. These flanges are really hard to come by, and I broke two of them trying to get the exhaust on originally. I found some snowmobile junkyard off in the middle of nowhere on the East Coast or something. Had them ship me 3 more, and I broke another one trying to put on the new ones on again. They are very fragile. Don't want to break them. I think I got one more backup. I think. Might be hard pressed to find it, but I got it. Okay. So same deal here. Just gonna go ahead and give these a little bit of love. Snug up top, snug down bottom. I'm just trying to be so careful. I might not even put 2 hands on this wrench just to make sure I don't break one. You're just so sensitive. Oh. Yeah, I'm having trouble. Okay. Just a touch, guys. Just a touch. These are so... That's about all I want to do on that one. Just get it barely snug. Not barely, but you know. For the size bolt, you're not cranking these down like they should be properly. Just a skosh past tight. Okay, that's good. Feel good about that. These last boys. Back this. I think I put this on too tight originally. Back it off just a smidge. Okay. Take this one back up. Nice even pressure. I'd much rather have these come loose than break another flange. The 3 replacements I found were kind of tough to begin with. I hate to have to do it again. Okay, that's about all I'm going to do. All right. Man, we're coming on. Woo! We're going on 5 hours of stream, guys. We're making a lot of headway. Get the motor back together. I already put the exhaust back on. Did a compression check. Got good compression all the way across. Okay, the exhaust is pretty easy. They pretty much slip on, if you will. I just gotta get the right side. I always forget. There's 3 exhaust pipes, and they have to go in a certain order, and I always forget which order they go in. I got a picture on my phone that would show it. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, the passenger side has to go first. So you're gonna find that passenger 1 wherever I hung it over here. See here. You can see, here's the donut I was talking about. Let's see if we get a good view. Right here. These slip on and off. I think they're a lead donut with wire in them. These are old and junk. You can see all the wire coming out. I need to get new ones, but we're gonna throw these on anyways. And I need to find another one. This other side doesn't have. That's what it looks like. In fact, let me grab one and throw it on. I got 2 anyways. 1 second. Let me find one. Whatever I did with it when I took this apart originally. Sure, I got it around somewhere. Yep, found it. Yeah. So here's the donut, loose. Pretty cool. And like I said, I'm pretty sure they're lead with wire, embedded wire. How they work, this is a socket. They fit right inside that socket. Whoops. They fit right inside the socket. And so they can kind of move around, if you will, because this exhaust doesn't get bolted down. It's just held in by springs. So let's go ahead and install this donut on here. Use it in. They just slip on top. Pretty easy. Just like that. You're ready to go. Okay. So passenger side first over here. These are a little awkward. They're so big, and it's such a tight spot here to get them in, but should be good. Okay, slipped right in there, man. Gonna do a little finagling. Okay. What's going on here? What's broken? All right. Okay. I think I should put the springs on. I think that would make it a lot easier. These are all the spring retainers, or spring clips. I'm sorry, guys. Wait. These are all the spring retainers right here. Spring to here, spring to here. Over on this side, spring to spring, retainer to retainer. They are very tough springs. And they're different sizes, depending on where they're going. And of course, I don't have them marked or anything, so it's kind of trial by fire as far as springs go. They are a pain in the butt. Let me grab a vice grip. Original vice grip, man, one of the best tools I own. Vice grips still exist, but they're not made to the same quality. The new ones don't grab on and don't hold the grip as well as the old ones. So if you got any old ones around, if you can buy them, man, this is worth every single penny. I use this so much for everything. I mean, stuff I can use it for, because it's just a trusty tool. So original vice grip, guys, if you can get those, do them. Okay, I got to figure out which springs go where. I think the double, yeah. So here's this offset spring. Well, you can't see it. Offset spring. One side is longer than the other one. That's to come across this big flange face here. So we'll just go try to make it easy. They have 2 holes for the springs, and you can do whatever is easier. I'm going to go from the top because it's going to be easier for me. So stick it in there and get your vice grip on, I suppose. I hope this fits. I might have to go from the bottom on this one. I don't know. Well, it sure fits a lot better. Yeah, we're going to do the bottom one. Okay. There's tools to do this, spring pullers and all sorts of fancy stuff. I'm sure it would help me, unquestionably. But you can see me here using a vice grip. Oh man, they fight. They fight and fight. And you're gonna see me shoot a couple across the garage for sure. Okay. That one seems to be okay. I'll put this on there. Well, this one has 3 or 2 on this side. So we're gonna do the bottom one first. Find the hole. Come on, dog. There we go. Okay. We're gonna get our trusty vice grip on. And when you're doing with vice grips, I normally grab as close to the spring, as you can't see here. I try to grab as close to the spring as possible. Whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot about that. I try to grab as close to the spring as possible. That gives you as much hook to play with as you can possibly get, which makes things easier. Oh, man, come on. Okay. A couple of these, I'm going to be, instead of vice gripping, I'll be moving the exhaust around to hook them and get them into place. But on these, I can hook them. Some of the hard ones are really hard. Okay. Like this one. This one's hard. Just the position. It's so awkward. I have nowhere to grab leverage, where to grab it and pull it. It's just tough. We're good. Oh, man. Okay. That's a good one. And for being all about by springs, they just do a pretty good job. Certainly no bolt like a normal car or truck header, but they work. This would probably be a lot harder if I didn't have these vice grips, these nice ones. I just hold on, just a little grip. Hold on for dear life. Oh, man, just so tight. I might move it out of the way for this one. Some of these I can adjust and get a little closer with that. Oh, man, it's just so tight. Here we go. Come on, baby. Missed it. Here we go. Okay. Woo! Okay, that one's good. Yeah, I guess I'll do the other side now, the manifold side. Okay, these are the long ones. Long springs. Or the longer they're equal length past the spring on both sides of the hooks are. They are bent. I don't know if it's intended, but you can see that the one side is a lot more aggressively pointed than the other. I'm not sure if somebody did that or if I did that maybe, but it sure makes installing them and taking them off a lot easier. Not having a double big hook. Okay, I'm gonna put the big hook side on, which I think is that side. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? Vice grip. Here we go. Okay. Easy peasy. Not a whole lot of depth on that. It's okay. It's on there. Okay, another long one. Oh, this is one of the tough ones. This is one of the really tough ones. I think I got a really long spring on this one. Yeah, I found it. Okay. The positioning sucks. It's a really long draw. Let's see if I can do it here. Oh, come on. It's moving all around me. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, that was number uno. You guys see my little wasp run hanging out? Okay, let's go on to number two. Where you at? Oh boy. Okay. No, it's not. No. Okay, stick this in there. Whoops. Bottom first. Do. Whoop, 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 whoop. Just enough room to do anything here. Okay. Their offset spring. I'm going to do this top one just because I can get at it right now. So I don't think this is going to stay in place when I let go. No, a little bit. It's okay. These middle ones are tricky because I have to reach even further now. And man, it takes just about everything I got to pull these into place. Some tough springs. In fact, I can bend on this one. Oh gosh, what a savior that is. This bottom over here. It's just be on the bottom, maybe. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. Oh man, so tight. Ugh. Does this help at all? Not really. Yeah, maybe a little bit. There's so much going on here. Nope, those aren't helping. That's not helping at all. Shoot. Oh, fell out of the socket. Here we go. Back in the socket. Got the pulleys on. I have to get inside the buggy to do this, I think. Okay. Oh man. Let's see here. Like this. Oh man, that was tight. Okay, I got one more on the inside. I think I might try to stay in this buggy to do it. We'll see if this works out. Oh. Man down, we'll get her. Oh, it's almost on. Look at that. Maybe this one I can rotate to get on, maybe. No, that's not happy. That's not happy at all. I should stick it in this other side though. Shove it on. Okay. Whew, man. Almost done. Okay. Easy peasy, folks. You can do this. Anybody can do this. Ugh. Okay, let's do the manifold side. All right. Looks like I'm a little short on springs here. Ugh. Okay. Close up view. Oh, it sucks. Yeah, we'll try. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. Just a clown sesh with this camera. I'm gonna get some different mounts or whatever. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. Here's a reverse spring. So you want to hook in the side. It's going to be from the bottom. So you hook it in like this, and then you can drag or pull this one back to clamp over the top. You'd be hard pressed to get this underneath. The way it's set up. So, just gonna set it backwards. Easy peasy. Oops. Oh, it seems too loose. Put it on with my hand. Yeah, it's still on there. Probably too loose. It's still kind of tight. Put a different on. I think it's just the spacing of these. They're just so close. Yeah, it's good enough. Let's see here. Okay, there's two there. Okay, ready for the last exhaust pipe. Very exciting. Almost done. We got a lot done today, guys. A lot done. Where is it? Where the pipe? Here we go. Oh. They're tricky. Not a lot of room back here, and they're big. Big and awkward. Okay. Woo! That just feels good. That feels good. I'm short a couple springs. I'm going to have to go look at my trays real quick. Some spring action. Got them. We got one, you know. Found one. I got some backup springs. I got some backup springs if I can't find them all. Okay, let's do this. My vice grip. Here it is. Man, so tight. You're just outrageously tight. Let's see. Whoop. I'm going to try to bend it on this first. Let me get it going. that helps a lot. Cool. Like I said, some of these are so long that it takes everything I got and then some to put it on. Oh man. So if you can avoid fighting them, why not? Yeah. That might have been a mistake. Let's see here. Here we go. Hard one first. No, it's not really the hard one. It's down low. And down a, no, I'm not. Down a spring? No. Oh, 1 second, guys. I think I'm down a spring. I think. Let's see here. I'm not down a spring. I guess I got the wrong spring for these flanges. It should still work. It might be tough to pull on, but I think I can make it work. Let's see which one of these fits the best. No, it's not that big one. One of these. Yeah, that'll work. No, because I need 3 springs. Oh no, I just need 2. Okay. Yeah, this will work. I'll make it work. There we go. Okay. 3 springs. And let's go finish the main side. Oh man, these are going to be tough. This bottom one is, oh, that's not bad though. Bottom, the top one's going to be tough though. Let's see here. Okay, probably not that. This one might be a little tough. It's got a long ways to go. Oops, gonna take my ice quick bit. Yeah, not so bad. Okay. Woo! I think we're gonna call it for today, boys and girls. We're gonna call it for today. Let's do a quick rundown. Got the exhaust on. Got the new pistons in. Cylinders, heads. Did a compression check. Good on compression. Got about 135 psi in each cylinder. And fix this coolant goofballness over here. Oops. Fix this up, so I need to zip tie it together. That's okay. Got it back together. Should be running tomorrow. What else we got? We got sit down for a minute. Woo! Sorry, guys. This is such a clown session. Okay. Got the motor back together. Exhaust on. Next step, or coolant line back together. Next step tomorrow, we'll put on another fan and shroud setup. We'll probably rejet the carbs so we don't blow the motor again. And then we will, I think that's it. Fill it with coolant, rewire the fans, new solenoid valve, or not solenoid valve, but solenoid switch. Jets, fill it with coolant, let it rip. The farmer planted his field a few weeks ago, so I can't go out in the field, but I can at least go around the property here and check things out, make sure, look for leaks, see if there's anything crazy going on. I appreciate you guys coming in and checking out. We've had a long stream. It's been 5 hours and 40 minutes. We've been working on this thing nonstop. So I really appreciate you guys checking in, and all my friends that coming in, family saying hi. Super cool. Thank you guys. Please, again, check me out. I got some new videos. Subscribe, send me your vibes, whatever you got, I'll take it. I really appreciate you guys. Next time, we'll have another beautiful audience. And that's it. Thank you guys so much. We're going to end this stream on a good note. Thank you guys. Have a good one.